Oh, no, no, no. everybody to the Zebulon Board of Commissioners meeting for October 7th, 2022.
November, Mayor.
November 20. What did I say? October. Okay. I get there. First, we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Miles.
If I can please everybody join in with me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Street closures for events for 2023 from consent.
And that would be under A also.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? We need a motion.
I make a motion we approve the agenda as changed, as
Second.
amended.
We have a second.
Second.
Roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Commissioner Miles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner Laux? We have the approval of the agenda. And next, we will have the school recognition. Will Mr. Antonio Palazzo?
Ponzio.
This is our school recognition for Antonio Ponzo. And this is from the town of Zebulon. We recognize Zebulon Middle School for being an overall outstanding student. He is respectful and consistently shows the expectations we set for our Zebulon students. He's been recommended due to his consistent improvement in interaction with peers. He loves making others feel comfortable and included. He has also a strong aspiration to be a chef. Good. Love to eat. And when he grows up, but in the meantime, he wants to continue to learn as much as he can and make good grades. He is on an honor roll student. He is currently a part of the Ambassadors Club, FCCLA organization. He's well-spoken, respectful, and consistently shows the expectations we set for our students. So on this day of November 7th, 2022, I, Glenn L. York, Mayor, present you with this recognition certificate. Miss Abigail Pierce, is she here? Well, she's our teacher of the month. Miss Pierce has joined the Zebulon Middle School at the start of the 2021 school year. At Zebulon Middle School, her official job title is literary coach, but that title does not accurately describe the breadth and the responsibilities. As a literary coach, Ms. Pierce works directly with our English language arts teachers in implementing the EL curriculum. She provides guidance and support as needed, but her role extends way beyond the classroom. Ms. Pierce works closely with the Zebulon Middle School administration on a variety of projects, including school-wide literacy initiatives and leading staff development opportunities for the entire staff. Right now, she is even teaching a class. Mrs. Pierce's hard work and dedication play a big part in the success of Zebulon Middle School and our students. And on this day of November, we will issue her this recognition. Thank you. Public comment.
No, we've got presentations next, sir.
Oh, another presentation. Okay. Okay. The first presentation is a proclamation, mayoral proclamation for Zebulon National Historic District. Whereas a group of committed citizens worked collaboratively with government leaders in 1966 to establish the National Historic Preservation Act, and the National Historic District Preservation Act has preserved the architectural and cultural history in countless communities across the United States. Whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for all Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. Whereas the town of Zebulon recognizes the value of historic preservation as an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livable, and where it's important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by the dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. Historic preservation is an effective tool to managing growth and sustainability development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering pride, maintaining community character while enhancing. Many Zebulon residents, groups, and organizations work hard to preserve Zebulon's past and future generations. Whereas the National Registry is a list of properties significant in American history and therefore deserve to be preserved by the owners as part of the cultural heritage of our nation. And whereas the town of Zebulon and Wake County Historic Preservation were recognized as a certified local government in 2021, demonstrating a strong commitment to historic preservation. And whereas the town continues to demonstrate its commitment and preservations through ongoing historic survey work, recognition of our historically significant landmarks and sites, the protection of our traditional neighborhoods and historic downtown, the integration of historic elements with redevelopment, and the recognition, rehabilitation, and restoration of historic properties. Now, therefore, I, Glenn L. York, the town of Zebulon, do hereby proclaim recognition of the adoption of the Zebulon National Historic District by the National Parks and Service, and call upon all citizens of our town to join their fellow citizens across the town in celebrating this accomplishment. That was a mouthful. Thank you. And I'd just like to just thank the work from Zebulon Preservation and all of the folks that associated with it, and special thanks to Scott and Beth Carpenter.
Where is it, Stanley?
Yeah. All right. We have a recognition of Avery Denton.
Is she here?
She is. No, she's here. She's back there.
Come on.
This is a proclamation for Avery Denton, recognition of Avery Denton. On September 7th, 2022, Aggie Denton was having a medical emergency, whereas Avery Denton is the daughter of Aggie and Jeff Denton. And whereas Avery is 11 years old and attends East Wake Academy, and whereas while her father was assisting her mother, Avery called 911 to get help. Now, therefore, the Board of Commissioners want to recognize Avery for assisting and obtaining medical assistance, emergency medical assistance for her mother, and praise her for the strength during a very difficult time. Adopted this day, November the 7th, signed by Glenn L. York, the mayor. Public comment?
I have one that was submitted. Dear Mayor York, Town of Zebulon, and Zebulon Commissioners, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for the facade grants for 124 and 126 North Arundel Avenue. The remodeling of these two buildings was a huge financial endeavor for us, and we are very thankful for the support you have shown by choosing to help us through the facade grant program. We are also thankful for your constant words of affirmation for all that we are doing in downtown Zebulon. Those words of encouragement give us incentive and inspiration. Thank you for all that you are doing to help our town to continue its growth. Dallas and Susan Pierce, Dallas Pierce Realty. And then you have two that are
And
signed.
we have two that are signed up. First, Mr. John D. Shaffles.
Hey, good evening, Mayor York and Commissioners. I want to thank Mayor York and Town Manager Joe Moore when we had lunch recently, inviting me to speak on behalf of the Chamber and the Chamber memberships to address the Commission on a monthly basis as we have updates. I don't believe this has been done since pre-COVID, so I appreciate that. And as I was preparing to give an update, I reviewed the town's strategic plan. And what I found was the core values: honesty and integrity, family, respect, dependability, and teamwork. And I was very encouraged by these words, especially when you look at teamwork, because that is something that the Chamber has sought from various aspects of various members of the town since we reopened post-COVID. And really want to thank the Commission for the spirit of teamwork that you showed as we are rebooting the annual Christmas parade. It'll be on December 3rd. I'm happy to report that that is progressing. We had to extend sign-ups through this Wednesday. We'll be closing them at the close of business on Wednesday of this week. And then we'll be working with Sheila Long and other directors, department heads of the town to make sure that things flow smoothly for the parade on December 3rd. And just want to commend them for the teamwork that they have shown, accessibility, and also as helping with understanding the logistics, because we have some records at the Chamber, but not a complete listing of records, and so it was helpful to learn from them what is required to make this run well for our community. In addition to that, I want to commend Amy Hayden and Sheila and their team with Parks and Rec putting together Cane Lane again this year. We are not part of the big push for that, but we do participate as the chamber and certainly support that and promote it as part of our promoting community life, part of our promoting a vibrant downtown. And we can extend that throughout the community for a vibrant business community. And we are pleased to be able to participate along with the Women's Club and the town of Zebulon in sponsoring the Christmas parade and participating in the Christmas tree lighting. And the Christmas tree lighting on the night of November 19th, Cane Lane. And finally, this is something new, Shop Small Saturday. And this has been around for some time, was proposed by American Express well over a decade ago. Congress picked up on that and made a proclamation that the Saturday following Thanksgiving would be officially Shop Small. So you have Black Friday, Shop Small Saturday, and then now Cyber Monday. And so I am pleased to announce that there's been a strong collaborative effort, teamwork between Downtown Zebulon, Teresa Miner, and the chamber and our chamber members, and extending beyond that, we're trying to go east. We're trying to get others to participate with us in other parts of the community to promote shopping small, shopping local, and that will involve those that are participating saving receipt, or people who are shopping there, saving receipts, taking your receipt dated November 26th to the next business that is a participant, and you receive 10% off. And so that continues throughout town. So I sent that out last week as we had a meeting among various businesses online, video conference, and we got their input. And so look for more information on that coming up. And we have more ideas to, as we're thinking forward for next year, to do something even bigger that might involve preservation as well. So I'll talk about that. So it's all about teamwork, collaboration, community, and working to build a vibrant downtown and contributing to small town life. Thank you.
We had Mr. Jay Estes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, staff, board members of the planning board, and anyone else involved in the rezoning of 125 West Stamp Street in Zebulon. I am here tonight. I apologize for not being here at the last meeting. I looked at the issue. I was not the applicant. I pulled the tax records, and it shows that the building is in the downtown core. It does not show anything. The only thing I could find is the map itself is drawn incorrectly, to put it lightly. The tax map, if you get it, Wake County, to the Wake County real estate section, account summary, it shows downtown core, it doesn't show two. You have the opportunity tonight to decide one way or the other as to which it is. It is my interpretation currently that it has dual zoning. If you're saying that it's zoned downtown core and downtown periphery, if the line goes down through the middle of the building, it would be optional to whoever owned it was applying. And then it would be problematic again. But I just wanted to let you know that we are here as a family and the owners to answer any questions that may arise tonight, and we'll get to that portion of the meeting. And we certainly want the best for Zebulon. We are fourth generation of the Whitleys. My mother was a Whitley. My great-grandfather started the building, and we've always been proud of Zebulon and its growth. And we're trying our best for future growth to be productive. And we want to attract good people, good business, It'll be the #1 town in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Hearing none, we'll move to approval of the consent. Is there a motion?
I'm making a motion we accept the consent agenda as amended.
Second. All in favor? So moved. Next is Park and Recreation.
Mayor and members of the board. Thank you for having me again this evening to present to you an opportunity to adopt the Little River site-specific master plan. We are excited to have come through this process and show a great step of development from your Play Zebulon comprehensive Parks and Recreation master plan. And we went over this at your work session, so I'm not going to go in significant depth of this, but I did want to just brief over for members of the audience and those watching from home. So the Play Zebulon Comprehensive Master Plan takes a look at your system at large. It is very heavily community and engaged and supported. And so we engaged in person workshops, online surveys, stakeholder interviews, focus groups. We did 14 meeting in a boxes, so that was staff-led, where we went to different civic groups, or we went out into the community. There were times where, I'll give an example, we went to Food Lion and set up a station there to just engage community members. Excuse me. We also had a statistically valid survey completed, where surveys were directly mailed to residents within Zebulon. The mission of the Parks and Recreation Department, based on the adopted Play Zebulon plan, is to connect all people and the community through quality parks, facilities, and programs. And your plan breaks down our system into 5 categories. And so tonight we're going to specifically talk about natural areas and sustainability, because that's where your Little River Park plan came into play. Oh. I'm sorry. Okay. There were a handful of vision goals that were adopted in the comprehensive plan, and 3 of the goals that are specific to the Little River site plan that we did, or that can be seen in that process, were to engage the community in planning and implementation to provide quality, diverse parks, facilities, programs, and open space for people of all ages and background, and to provide access to natural areas and environmental education. So I'm trying to get it, there we go. All right, the Little River site-specific plan, to just overview what the process was that we went through. We started with the Play Zebulon comprehensive plan. We knew going into this that Little River Park was going to get a lot of feedback, and so we actually asked specific questions about the park and future development. And so we got a lot of great feedback from there. We took a look at that information as well as existing site conditions, and we provided a preliminary concept for the park. We moved forward with engagement with the public, specifically on Little River, the Little River Park site plan. Once we got feedback from the community, we made some adjustments. We talked about that at your work session. We were able to use that information to come up with cost estimates and phasing, and that has led us to a final concept. All right. So this is the final concept, and I did print out a larger view of it and placed it at your desk. Once we adopt a final plan, we'll get you something a little bit more substantial to be able to work from. I think Commissioner Laux, you had asked for something that you could reference when you meet with community members. So we'll have something that will be a little bit more sturdy for you. We did recommend that it be phased into 3 different phases, and so that will give us the opportunity to focus on areas that we can show our community faster movement. It's a lot easier to start with the walking trails and the nature areas before you start working within the stream banks. You're going to need some time to develop those designs, get your permitting in place and things like that. So we wanted to show our community that you were moving on this plan and that there were actions being taken to adopt not only, or to move forward with not only this plan, but also your Play Zebulon master plan. So the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board did meet on this plan, and they have recommended adoption as of October 24th of the plan as provided to you. And so now it's available for board discussion and consideration of adoption.
Does the board have any questions, comments?
I do.
Commissioner Baxter?
So if you look on page 24, there are the different, I guess, options for the different types of elements that are going to be included in the plan. If you look down at the bottom of the left-hand column, and I'm sorry that for those of you in the audience, you don't have access to this, but Sheila, they can find it online.
It's available on the website.
Okay. At the very bottom, under nature-based playground, for the most part, with all of the other elements, the number of people that voted in person for something and it came out as the highest priority aligns with the virtual open house ranking. The difference of the nature-based playground is eight votes, but with the number 1 green dot vote, and that's the in-person voting, being for the plastic structures, and the number 1 virtual open house being for what I consider to be something that's more consistent with the overall park aesthetics. I need to understand which is going to be implemented.
Okay, so this gives us some guidance when we go to design, and
Yeah.
so we still have some time to narrow that down. This just, I would imagine you're gonna find yourself in a mix in between the two. And we would work closely with our Parks and Rec Advisory Board and get some feedback from our Board of Commissioner and community members as we move forward. Because I think that it's gonna be very important that it is reflective. And sometimes that happens when you have like virtual versus in person, just it depends on the nature of things. And so I am not overly concerned that there was a little bit of a discrepancy in the two, because it gives us enough guidance to get started, and that's really where we wanted to be.
But so those elements are going to come back before us as we move forward with the project?
Yeah, we'll go through a design phase, and so it's not that specific thing is what we're building. It was just a design preference to get an idea. Are you looking for purely nature-based, or were you looking for something that's a little bit more modern, typical play structure that you would see in a playground? And it's not, I'm not overly surprised in what we have seen, but I think that you're gonna see ultimately a mixture, which is very common in a nature park like this, is that you would have a mixture of the two, if you're having to pick between one or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Hearing none. Do we have a motion?
I
Move to adopt Resolution 2023-16.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Commissioner Laux? Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Miles? Favor. Commissioner Baxter?
Favor.
Resolution passes. Next, special event standards.
So just want to do a brief overview of how we got here today. And we have engaged in a series of learning experiences, specifically over the past year as it pertains to events. It's a journey that we started several years ago, but then COVID impacted us, and so it slowed down the private interest in offering public events. And so we've been in this opportunity to learn and gain some experience and some knowledge. We have worked with other communities that have similar processes so that we could learn what works well, what they've had great experiences with, and we have molded it to fit our community as best as possible. And so in that process, we came to you at your August work session so we could get some input. So we provided you with an initial working draft. We asked some questions that would be very specific to Zebulon on how the board wished to operate and adopt a policy and move forward. And so we got some great feedback from you. We also had a period of time, I believe it was through the end of August, where I wanted to make myself available to members of the board to answer any questions, get any feedback on the very initial working draft that we provided you. And based on what we heard from you at the work session, these were some of the changes that were made in the policy that was presented to you in October. And so I just wanted to run through those. We discussed having a quarterly review cycle to get us started. You did share with us that you had a goal of over the years moving to something that might be biannual or annual, but to get started, you would like to see a quarterly process. You asked that we incorporated use of the alley and the municipal complex into this policy, so it was solidified, and so we believe we've done that for you. We were also asked to evaluate, make sure that we evaluated fee waivers on a case-by-case basis for the board to consider, and that your goal was for events to become self-sustaining over time. However, you would evaluate that on a case-by-case basis. And you steered us towards your existing municipal complex policy to provide standards and guidelines for your decision-making in that process. I provided you with a digital copy towards the end of September, as well as a paper copy at your board meeting in October. And I think the only question that I received was from Commissioner Baxter. It's not moving. There we go. Where there was a request to add language that considered the environment. And so this was the request was specific to balloons, but in my research, anytime you're referencing balloons, typically paper lanterns were added. And so I have included that language here for you to consider. It is not in the draft document because I didn't have indication from the board at large if that's something you'd like to add. So when you go to make a motion to adopt, if that's what you want to do, and you wanted to include this, you would just add it to your motion. But the language we have added for your consideration is that balloon and paper lantern releases have a negative impact on the environment, and such activities will not be authorized for events approved by the town. And just as a quick policy overview, This special events policy is consistent with your 2030 strategic plan. As we grow smart, we are wanting to cherish our small town life as well as have a vibrant downtown. It's also consistent with the comprehensive master plan for Play Zebulon in that it collaborates with downtown partners to offer events as well as to identify opportunities to support and encourage private-led public events. So important dates in this policy is that we've recommended it be effective January 1st, 2023. We recognize that there will be a grace period for events through March. And so our recommendation is that applications should be received no later than December for consideration. They would be brought to you on a case-by-case basis, but they would need to be brought before you in January at the latest. And of the events that we have been contacted by, they've been made aware that that's a possibility. The first quarterly review cycle would be February of 2023. It will be here before you know it because we already are in November. And so we will encourage any applicants not to wait and to go ahead and apply in December to just make sure that we get through the process and an application is prepared and ready for the board's consideration in February. We will work to notify the public, and we'll do that in several ways. We will update our website to include the updated policy or the new policy that you will adopt if you choose to do that. We'll also make sure that we have some social media posts and that we will email the process to anyone that we've talked with about events in the past year or that we know are interested in doing events. So if there's others that you think we should reach out to, we'd be happy to talk with them as well. So I'm now available to ask any questions or take any feedback that you have.
Any questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Laux?
One question. We're promoting people walking and bicycling in town, and when I look at the walk race 5K and under events, what if someone wanted to add bicycles so the kids could have a parade prior to the walk or run? Can we address a bicycle event in the standards?
Bike parade or separate than a?
Or if we could somehow incorporate it, because nowhere in here do we talk about anything about bicycles, you know, as part of the parade or part of a walk or run.
I mean, we could go in there and specifically add bike beside, but that's going to classify under a road race if it's a bike event. If it's a bike parade or that type of event, it's going to fall under a parade. If it is just a special event, it'll classify under one of those tiers.
Yeah, I could see where it could be a parade or we could have a bike race.
Yeah, I think it's going to just depend on the specifics of the event that is before us and where it would fall.
Commissioner Baxter?
Under the conditions of reduced fee, and I'm sorry that there is not page numbers.
Okay, I gotcha.
Under number 3, that first may, can you remove that, please? Because it currently reads, the board may of commissioners may request. I just think that there was an extra. Okay, thank you. And could you please clarify on the limitations on race and walk events?
I'm gonna make sure I'm looking at the same thing you are.
It's under reservations and limitations.
So I think the importance there is that the structure of our road system is gonna make it very challenging, and roads, what you have to do for a 5K and road races like that are pretty impactful on a community, and just with our street structure, it's going to be difficult to do a significant number of those. And so I'm looking for exactly.
There's no new races or walks.
Yeah. So And I want to be, it says unless recommend, or unless otherwise recommended by the Zebulon Police Chief. So we wanted to leave some flexibility. But when you're talking about high impact areas, you're talking about Gannon and Arundel. And so that, if you're going to do a road race, that's going to impact the two of those. We've looked at that pretty substantially. We've been talking with someone that's planning to do a road race in September of next year. And so we've been in that process since August, talking with them and looking at different routes. And so it's a expansion of a former 5K to an 8K. And so really the best route that's not going to impact Gannon and Arundel in that traffic is going to be something similar to what would have been done in the 5K. But we don't want to limit it to just that route. So there may be an interest in using the Greenway or some of these neighborhoods as they grow. But we definitely want to make sure that if it's going to be in a high impact, high traffic area, that it's something that the police chief has vetted fully in how they're going to route traffic, and that our citizens are not as negatively impacted as they could be.
And the race that you're referring to is the Zebulon Takes a Cake?
Yeah, but it's a evolution of that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Miles?
No, I think for me, I just want to commend for the work done thus far. But I personally, amongst my fellow commissioners, would like to kind of make a motion to kind of table this until the 17th. We do a little bit further discussion, and then we kind of either pass it there and kind of go from there. Just a little bit more adjustment, a little tweaking to it, and kind of go from there.
Are you making a motion?
I can. I make a motion to table the special event standards discussed until the next work session on November 17th.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Questions? Comments? Roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Laux?
Favor.
Motion passes.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Was there something specific that you would like me to bring forward informational-wise, or you just want to be able to look at it further?
Just a little bit further discussion,
Okay.
just further.
So I don't need to have anything prepared?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
yep. I will make that one typo change.
October,
November
stuck in
17th.
October, November.
17th work session.
Surely. You went back a whole week.
I'm suffering from daylight saving. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing planning, public hearing mailing notice. Michael Clark.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Tonight is the completion on a series of text amendments. The majority of the text amendments are moving forward just for informational purposes. The one regarding the process amendment with the Parks and Recreation, we still need to do some logistical homework as well as bring that before the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for the final recommendation. One of those text amendments that is moving forward is amendments to our public hearing notification process. And the clicker seems to not be working. Specifically, this is going to expand the neighborhood meeting or the public hearing radius notification. Currently, North Carolina General Statute 160D-602 notes that for public hearings, you just need to notify the abutting properties. Our UDO only references 160D. However, by practice and a carryover from the former zoning code, we were extending that out to 150 feet. The internal practice, as I mentioned, did carry over while it wasn't included specifically in our Unified Development Ordinance. The proposed request for you tonight is to amend Section 2.2.6 of our Unified Development Ordinance to increase that radius to 750 feet from the outer boundaries of a development. This would include mailed notices for annexation requests as well. That's the other portion of this text amendment that was brought up during the joint public hearing in October. The origin of this request stemmed back to some concerns about large developments that might not have been fully notified some distance from the outer boundaries. During earlier discussions, it was determined that 750 feet was an appropriate radius based on past conversations and several different options that were presented to the board. As you may recall from both the public hearing as well as a work session, this is what 750 feet would look like from the outer boundaries of the immediate town hall parcel. It would include almost 90 properties within that notification. The planning board did hear this item, and at their October 10th meeting, unanimously recommended approval of the proposed text amendment, noting that it was in spirit and intent of North Carolina General Statute, as well as consistent with our comprehensive land use plan. Staff does recommend adoption of Ordinance 2023-09 for this subject text amendment. And I'm available if you have any questions. Additionally, I do have a sample motion available if you want to move forward on this item tonight.
Questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Laux?
This also includes the text amendment correction and notify property owners for annexations as well, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Any other questions? Comments? Further discussion? Is there a motion to pass ordinance 2023-09?
I hereby move to approve ordinance 2023-09 for the proposed text amendment 2023-02 for modifications of section 2.26 of the UDO as amended, finding they are consistent with the spirit and intent of NCGS 160D 602A and consistent with the comprehensive land use plan's guiding principle number 5 to be more collaborative.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? We have a roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Laux?
Favor.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mike. Next, industrial signs text amendment.
Okay, this is the second of the 4 text amendments tonight. It is to adopt regulations to permit industrial ground signs, or should I say ground signs within industrial districts. Right now, that our Unified Development Ordinance does have a conflict in it. Specifically, it creates dimensional standards for these signs. However, notes that these signs are not permitted within industrial districts. The text amendment before you would be to section 5.11.6 E2 of the UDO to change the chart to allow for ground signs to be constructed in accordance with the regulations that are already in place in terms of height and size and those things. Specifically for ground signs, it'd be signs that, such as these two, where it would not be the pole signs, but it would be something more in keeping with what you would see throughout the community. The planning board did take this up at their November 10th hearing and unanimously recommended approval of the proposed text amendments, finding that they were consistent with other applicable sections of the Unified Development Ordinance, as well as policy C of the economic development section of the comprehensive land use plan. Staff does recommend approval of the proposed text amendments as presented. Once again, this is an example of the sign next door to Town Hall for GSK that would now become conforming. I'm available if you have any questions, and I once again do have a sample motion if you do decide to move forward on this item tonight.
Does the board have any questions, comments? Is there a motion pass 2023-10.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-10 for the proposed text amendment.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Commissioner Laux?
In favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Baxter? Motion passes. Next, multifamily building heights. Mike?
This is the third of the 4 text amendments. Right now, our Unified Development Ordinance does have specific regulations as it pertains to building heights when they're in close proximity to residential structures. Right now, it is limited to based on zoning and adjacent use. And the current limitations do not grant the authority to the Board of Commissioners to deviate from this regulation, even if it is a planned development or conditional zoning. The amendment that's proposed does not change those height regulations, but what it does do is grant the Board of Commissioners the authority to grant those deviations on a case-by-case basis. The amendments would be to Section 5.3.3 E8 of the Unified Development Ordinance. This does not require you to approve those deviations, but it does allow for infill development, such as would be represented here in this picture. Obviously, we're a very fast-growing community, and the demand for dwellings is only going to increase. By creating options available for the board to consider, it creates a diversity of architectural character as well as provides for additional housing, which then protects the value of the existing housing and those occupants. There was some question regarding the origin of this request. I can tell you that this has been on our radar for over a year now. Approximately a year ago, we had a couple different agencies contact us regarding the possibility of putting in apartment complexes. When we were reviewing those regulations, we discovered this limitation. None of those requests had moved forward. They were primarily over by Five County Stadium and up north over by Barrington, but none of those requests have moved forward to date. But this does create options for the board. At the October 10th meeting, the Planning Board did unanimously recommend approval of this text amendment, noting that it was consistent with other applicable sections of the UDO, as well as the housing section of the future land use plan, and further advances the town's effort to grow smart within the 2030 strategic plan. Staff does recommend approval of the proposed text amendment and ordinance 2023-11. And once again, this is an example of Zebulon Green, where this structure would not have been able to be constructed based on the existing regulations that we have in place right now. That single-family adjacent or single-family dwelling on the left is located within that radius, and the building is located closer to 100 feet from their property line. Once again, I am available if you have any questions, and once again, I do have a motion available if the board decides to move forward with this item tonight.
Does the board have any questions or comments?
I do.
Commissioner Miles?
What would be the maximum height of a multifamily residential structure that could be considered in the town? Is there like limitations that we have, or?
Yes, it's all going to be dependent upon the zoning district. The plan development does create the greatest flexibility, but in some locations, that height maximum, I want to say there's no locations within the town that it exceeds 6 stories, and those are few and far between. The majority of them, I believe, are 3 stories, but it is zoning district specific.
Thank you.
And once again, that height limitation, if a structure was going to be constructed within 100 feet of adjacent single-family residential property line, they would not be able to exceed 2 stories in height unless they came before you to ask for a deviation from those regulations as either a conditional zoning or planned development.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Laux?
Just for clarification, that 2 stories equals 18 feet, correct?
That's correct. When you take in consideration the sloped roofs, that's correct.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Is there a motion to pass ordinance 2023-11? Excuse me.
I hereby move to approve ordinance 2023-11 for the proposed text amendment 2023-04 for the modifications of section 5.3.3.E.8 of the UDO as presented, finding it is consistent with the intent of section 2.2.6.A and 2.2.13.A of the UDO, consistent with the regulations and standards recommendations within the housing section of the future land use plan, and further advances the town's effort to grow smart as called for in the 2030 strategic plan.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Discussion. Hearing none. We have a roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Commissioner Miles? Favor. Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Louds?
Favor.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mike.
The last of the text amendments before you tonight is actually corrections to Chapter 10 of the UDO. The first is Section 10.4.2. It corrects the composition of the planning board for in-town and ETJ representation to reflect current operations. The next is Section 10.4.3, which removes the references to ex parte communication for the planning board, knowing that they do not hear any quasi-judicial, so that section is not applicable anymore. A modification to 10.5.2 subsection B that allows the planning director to designate other staff person to chair the technical review committee meetings. Section 10.6.1 subsection B5 provides clarification regarding duties for the planning inspector, which we currently subcontract with Wake County. And then finally, section 10.8.1 subsection A replaces the words town attorney with the town manager for the listed roles of the town manager as it relates to the Unified Development Ordinance. At the October 10th, 2023, the planning board did recommend approval of the proposed text amendments as presented. There was a lot of discussion regarding retaining the Board of Commissioners within that text. However, the operational element is more of a staff duty as opposed to a legislative duty, which would be the Board of Commissioners role as opposed to guiding staff. Therefore, staff continues to recommend it as presented. And with that, I am available if you have any questions. Furthermore, once again, I do have a sample motion if you decide to move forward on this agenda item tonight.
Any questions from the board?
I have some.
Commissioner Miles?
I just want to make sure I understand what removing the undisclosed ex parte communication stipulation means. Because it's listed under the conflict of interest section. I take the removal of this undisclosed ex parte communication to mean that anyone on the planning board can discuss town business, planning businesses, town plans, potential zoning issues, etc. with anyone, like potential business owners or developers, without having to disclose their meeting with an involved party of the town.
I'm going to defer that question to the town attorney.
Commissioner Miles, the way I understand it is the planning board does not take any official deliberations of the quasi-judicial matters any longer. So because they don't deal with quasi-judicial matters on a formal level, then there's no reason for them to limit their discussions about the topic. They can have all the opinions they want to. They can talk about to their friends and family, because they no longer vote on the matter. They no longer have an official role in quasi-judicial matters, special use permits.
Maybe I'm missing. I'm just trying to understand. It said it's under the conflict of interest section. I see nothing about quasi-judicial. Or did I miss something?
Could I see the correction again, Mike? Could you bring that back?
Just one second.
thought you had it on one of your slides, I thought.
I have a summary of the
You should have it in
item.
your packet
Come on.
here.
Come on.
So the reference that you're talking about removes references to ex parte communication for planning board. Is that the one?
Yeah, section 10.4.3.
Eric, while you're looking, may I add a comment, Commissioner Miles? So ex parte communications only exist in the context of quasi-judicial hearings. There's no such thing as an ex parte communication outside of quasi-judicial hearings. And so because the statute was amended to require that the planning board no longer be a part of quasi-judicial hearings, then there would be no conversation a planning board member could have that would be considered an ex parte communication. It is technical. I mean, you're right, it is technical. But an ex parte communication refers to conversations outside of a hearing in the quasi-judicial setting.
I think my major concern is as we grow that we're going to have potential people coming on board where you're going to have business owners, things of that nature on that board that potentially can have that somewhat a thin line between conflicts of interest. That's my major concern there.
Yeah, and it does not change the conflict of interest rules. The conflict of interest rules about not being able to make decisions, even in legislative matters where you have a close familial or business or financial relationship with the applicant, all those remain in place. It doesn't change anything about those.
Okay, so it doesn't change. Okay,
No.
That's my major concern.
It was a very good question.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
Any more questions, comments? Is there a motion to pass ordinance 2023? Well,
I had one
we have
more,
another.
I had one more
Commissioner
question as
Miles?
well. Under the power and duties of building inspector, I think you took out the Board of Commissioners and just put the planning director in it. Wondering why we just couldn't just add on the planning director and leave everything as is. That was my concern as well.
Because the nature of the Board of Commissioners is to guide and set policy. You're the authority figure to oversee the town attorney, the town manager, and in some cases, the town clerk. All other operations of the municipality fall under those those individuals and the designated department directors. In this case, the building department is a subcategory that we contract out that falls under the planning department. If there was something that you needed the building inspector to do, you would channel that through the town manager, who would then channel it through the planning director, and it would get passed on to the building inspector if appropriate.
For me, I'll tell my fellow commissioners, I prefer leaving our Board of Commissioners on there and just adding on the planning director for me.
Any discussion? Are you making that?
I'd like to make a motion that we amend it under powers and duties, that we just leave it as is and put on the planning director, add on the planning director.
Can you do that as a motion? When the whole motion is made to adopt this, would you please make that as part of your motion to amend that section?
Okay. I make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-12 for proposed text amendment 2023-05 for modification of Article 10 of the UDO as represented, finding they are consistent with the growth section of comprehensive land use, with the amendment under the powers and duties of building inspector to just add on planning director.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
So just so I'm clear, everything else is staying the same, and you just want to
Leave everything?
keep the text and add planning director?
Correct.
If I may ask what the rationale is behind that?
Future, as we grow, we're going to encounter things. I think once we start changing, for me personally, once we start changing, taking things away, I prefer to have it there, to have it and not need it, than to need it and not have it. We're coming back and amending. This potentially will kind of alleviate that process. I think all three parties involved, we may not be using it right now, but in the future, as we grow, the potential may be there for it.
Commissioner?
Is there an application where a building inspector that you can foresee would need to, in any capacity, ask the board for direction?
No different than any other Town of Zebulon staff person asking for direction. It'd be comparable to our parks manager coming up here and asking for direction from the board. But that person would still be supervised by the Parks and Recreation Director, who is then supervised by the town manager, who is then overseen by the Board of Commissioners.
And the building inspectors directly is going to be reporting to the planning director. Is that correct?
Until we get a full in-house building department, in which case those building inspectors, as indicated in many, many other communities, report directly to the town manager.
Any other questions? Comments? We have a motion,
You don't have a second.
and we don't have a second.
Die for lack of a second.
So motion dies without a second.
I hereby move to approve ordinance 2023-12 for the proposed text amendment 2023-05 for modifications of Article 10 of the UDO as presented, finding they are consistent with the growth section of the comprehensive land use plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll vote. Commissioner Laux?
In favor?
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Miles?
Opposed?
Commissioner Baxter?
In favor.
Motion passes. Next, Vance Street rezoning.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, before we get into this one, I'm going to provide just a brief preamble to kind of bring you up to speed, being that it's been a couple months since this has become before you. First and foremost, the building in question is a gray warehouse building on Vance Street. This is a staff-initiated request. This is not something that the property owner or a developer or business owner is bringing before you. This is strictly a staff or initiated request. Right now, the building is split zoned. What that means is you have a single building that could potentially in the future contain a single occupant that currently has two different zoning districts. This situation needs to be corrected. We recommended the downtown periphery district based on the building characteristics and the existing conditions. Oops. Once again, it's not tenant associated, which means that there's no potential occupant that has approached the town. We have not been in any conversation or contact with anybody regarding the potential rezoning of this property. We did ask the property owner about this earlier in the spring because we did discover that it was split zoned as part of all the other due diligence regarding the sales of these properties and determined that this needed to be addressed. Regardless of which way you go tonight, the building needs to be under a single zoning. In the event that the board decides not to rezone it, we request that the staff, or that the board asks staff to set a public hearing to rezone the entirety of the building to be downtown core. And with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron Shocker, our planner too. Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I'm going to go into some more detail on the case as we went over at the September 19th joint public hearing. So to go back over the project information, as Michael stated, the applicant is planning staff. The property owner is listed as James Kenneth Estes. The address is 125 West Vance Street. Acreage is 0.18. Currently, the property is zoned downtown core. We are proposing a zoning to downtown periphery. This is a general rezoning and does not propose any conditions. A public hearing sign was posted on the property on 8/29/2022 for the joint public hearing. Public hearing notices were mailed to property owners within 150 feet on that same day. An ad was published in the Wake Weekly on September 9th as well as September 16th. Current conditions of the property, the warehouse building at 125 West Vance Street is currently located on 2 different parcels as well as located within 2 different zoning districts. This rezoning seeks to reconcile that current split zoning of the building and have the building zoned as a singular zoning of DTP. A recombination plat was submitted by the property owners shortly after the public hearing, and that is attachment 9 of the packet. This recombination plat will reconcile the property lines along party walls, as currently the property lines do not follow party walls. Here's the proposed plat that was submitted by Newcomb Surveyors on behalf of the property owner. This is the entire block of the what was known as the Whitley Galleries buildings. You can see new lot 7 is the entirety of the warehouse building at 125 West Vance Street. And this plat will reconcile the current property lines that do not follow the building walls. Currently, this area here is zoned downtown core. So you can see the right side of this structure is zoned downtown core. And the left side here, noted in the orange, is zoned as downtown periphery. So you can see that split zoning. What staff is proposing is to zone the entirety of the building to downtown periphery, as shown here. This is an aerial imagery of the property, and I've added the building outline here as well. The area highlighted in blue is characterized as historic architecture, more of your brick storefronts that are in character with the downtown core district. The area on the left in the orange is more of the warehouse type buildings, including the subject property, which is more in character with the DTP district. I want to revisit the photos of the site as we did in the public hearing. Subject property is located on the left. You can see the metal construction of the building. Notice the public hearing sign is also here. This is another view of the subject property from West Vance Street. This image here shows the neighboring property to the left, which is located in the DTC downtown core district. It's more of the brick architecture. Building here is adjacent to the right of the warehouse building, located in the DTP district. You can see a loading dock as well as a garage door. Subject property is on the left side of this image, and this view is looking down West Vance Street away from the center of downtown. This image is looking back towards the center of downtown. And then we place these images side by side just so you can kind of see a little bit of the difference in architecture. On the left side, there's more warehouse buildings, and then as you go down West Vance Street, some single-tenant buildings and single-family homes. On the right is the brick storefronts associated with downtown core. So now we're going to go into some of the uses that will be permitted with this rezoning. The current DTC uses that are allowed will be retained if the property is rezoned. If it is rezoned to DTP zone, it will add 44 additional uses, and then kind of break those down from there. 27 of those uses will be permitted by right, and 17 of those uses will require a special use permit that would come back before the Board of Commissioners. This slide here shows the 27 permitted uses by right that would be added with the rezoning. And I won't go through all, but you can see some things like assisted living facility, duplex dwelling, college or university, auction house, warehouse storage, things like that. The uses that are crossed out in red on the screen, those do not meet use-specific standards at this time that are listed in the ordinance. So some uses that are listed in our ordinance have specific standards that they have to meet in order to be established. And these four here, bungalow court, family care home, Coliseum or arena, and self-service storage, those standards would not be met at this site, so they would not be permitted. Similarly, these are the 17 special uses that would be that would come into play with this rezoning. They would require a special use permit to come back before the board. The 3 that are crossed out on the screen similarly would not meet the use-specific standards at this time. Those are group home, hospital, retail, large format. And then to give you a sense that the hospital requires a minimum of 5 acres of a site, and so that's why this site would not permit that. So this slide shows the future land use and character map from the comprehensive land use plan, and I added a building outline here to just kind of give you a sense of the entirety of the building. Part of the building is within the urban downtown core designation, and the left side is within the urban downtown mixed use. This rezoning would also bring forth an amendment to that map as well. And the property is transitional in character and not in character with the urban downtown core. Following the joint public hearing on September 19th, the planning board voted 3-1 to recommend approval of the proposed rezoning, finding that the property is consistent with the character and intent of the DTP district. It's consistent with the future land use designation of urban downtown mixed use. And it also, the rezoning meets the standards listed in UDO section 2-24J. Staff recommends approval of the 125 West Vance Street rezoning upon the consistency with the character and intent of the downtown periphery zoning, consistency with the comprehensive land use plan, as well as meeting the standards with section 224J of the UDO. The existing structure and location of the property is compatible with the future land use designation of urban downtown mixed use. And staff wanted to provide the board options on the table. First is approve the rezoning as proposed. Second would be additional consideration, table to a future date and time with specific direction to planning staff. And the third would be deny rezoning and instruct staff to prepare requests to rezone the entirety of the parcel to DTC. And available for any questions, and similarly, we also have a sample motion.
Does the board have any questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Baxter?
I've been made aware that a member of the planning board that put the motion to approve this rezoning could potentially benefit financially from the rezoning, and I just want to put that out there, and I feel slightly uncomfortable about it. And I don't know the validity of what I've been told, but I just thought it was prudent to make the board aware.
So noted. Is there a motion to pass ordinance 2023-13?
I hereby move to approve ordinance 2022-13 for 125 West Vance Street rezoning, finding consistency with the character and intent of the downtown periphery zoning district and consistency with the town's comprehensive land use plan, and that the rezoning meets the standards listed in section 2.24J of the Unified Development Ordinance.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. We have a roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Approve.
Commissioner
Sorry, I
Miles?
can't hear you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her.
Approved.
Yep, oh, thank you.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Louts?
In favor.
Motion passes. Thank you. And before we go into the next order of business,
We
10-minute
can't no late.
break. Recess.
couldn't believe it.
Should be interesting to
I
see
was
what
like,
happens.
I was late, just because
Are you trying to climb my chair?
It's taken me an hour
Drop my park, look at Greg, give me
to
the-
get home from downtown Raleigh on Fridays. Almost 2 hours, 22 miles.
Isn't that something? Oh,
Windale adds to the problem. So does Nightdale. It's not just us.
Smithfield Road for sure.
A lot of times I just go through Nightdale.
I'll go straight down, but yeah, it's so much easier. It's like you have to stop more at the lights, but
We're waiting on Sam. Waiting on Sam.
Reconvene.
Mayor, the next item on the agenda tonight is the written findings of fact for special use permit 2023-01. This is for the Zebulon asphalt plant that was heard at the quasi-judicial hearing at the regularly scheduled meeting last month. North Carolina General Statute 160D-406 subsection J notes that each quasi-judicial decision essentially has to be reduced to written findings of fact. These findings of fact are typically based on local regulations and the findings or the standards that are provided within the local ordinances. They do need to be approved by the board and then signed by the chair, or in this case, the mayor or other authorized member of the board. This is the document that was prepared by the town attorney's office. I realize that the folks at home can probably not see this on the screen. So the main portion that we're going to really focus on is the paragraph on page 2 where it says finding number 1. And for simplicity purposes, we broke this into 3 parts. The finding, or it notes that finding number 1 is not met, that the board determined that the evidence submitted failed to demonstrate how the special use of the proposed asphalt plant will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed, that the board discussed the evidence presented during the hearing and determined that the applicant failed to submit sufficient evidence to demonstrate how particulate matter and chemicals from the asphalt plant's operation would travel in the air and affect the particulate matter and chemical, or the effect that the particulate matter and chemicals would have on the surrounding properties. And it concludes by saying that the board heard evidence and determined that there existed a nearby pharmaceutical and food packaging facility and an adjoining residential home that would be materially endangered by particulate matter and the chemicals in the air resulting from the proposed asphalt plant. And based on this, you really have 2 options before you tonight. The board may approve the findings as presented. Alternatively, the board may approve the findings as modified. Once again, this is a reflection of the discussion and deliberation that was held at the quasi-judicial hearing last month, and there was a motion and that was seconded and approved by the board. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam Slater, the town attorney, for any additional comments.
Thank you, Mike. Nothing further from me unless the board has questions on the process here.
Any questions, comments?
And if not, then it would just be in the form of a motion approving the written decision.
I move to approve the findings as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. We have a roll vote. Commissioner Laux?
In favor.
Commissioner Harrison? Favor. Commissioner Clark?
In favor.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Motion passes. Swimming pool demolition. Chris Ray?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Tonight we come before you to discuss the next steps in the acquisition process of the Zebulon swimming pool located at 309 West Glen Street. Approximately 2 weeks ago, we met in work session, and I shared with you that the environmental report was back. We completed soil borings, we completed boundary and topographical surveys, we done asbestos testing, we also did lead-based testing for paint, and at that time, all the report came back clean, and we had no environmental impacts on the said property. Also at that meeting, this board directed our town attorney to move forward with the necessary documents to close on the property and obtain signatures. I'm here to share with you that that has been completed, and we are set to schedule go to closing tomorrow on the property. Also at that meeting, we shared with you that the architect and engineer's recommendation for demolishing the site was disposing of all the concrete and masonry block off-site and filling the pool with a compactable material from off-site. And we shared the estimate with you to do this work was $250,000. We also shared with you that this option was the most reliable in regards to safety, and it addressed all your safety concerns, reducing our reliability, and it provided also the greatest flexibility for development of the site in the future. So tonight we come forward with you with the ordinance 23-08 to approve funding in amount of $250,000 to begin the demolition process and securing that site for you. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Would this be, would be backfilling? How do you decide? The backfilling?
Yes, the backfilling would be
Okay, that's what I want.
Yeah, we'll be bringing in backfill from off-site,
And
getting it
then
fully
it would be-
compacted, and so whatever structure you decide to build or redevelop that site as,
It'll be ready.
we'll have no issues.
Okay.
Laux?
Will this include the parking lot
Yes, sir.
area as well?
It would also include the removal of the parking lot, also the abandoning of the existing water and sewer utilities and drain lines, and basically we'll be seeding and installing the site once it's completed.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, if I may. I move to approve ordinance 2023-08.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
How soon would this begin, Chris, once we get it?
It's probably going to take me about 45 days to probably get our engineering team and all under contract. Then probably, let's say, 45 to 60 days to get us the design completely built with front-end specifications and concrete documents. So I would think we're looking February, March timeframe to be putting this on the street. And our goal to be complete by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? It is noted that this property is a contributing structure to our Zebulon National Historic District application, as noted in the review. And this work by the keeper of the National Register is not required because no federal funding will be used for this project.
So with that said, we're not limited to what we can do with that property, then, correct?
As long as we don't look for federal funds, because it is on the National Register, we no longer can look for federal funding.
So everything has come to me now, okay.
So we clear on that?
I'm clear.
Further discussion? A roll vote. Commissioner Laux?
In favor?
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Miles.
Favor.
Commissioner Baxter.
In favor.
Motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Appointed boards.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this year, the board had asked for information about the number of members on each board, the vacancy on the boards, and the attendance that was occurring on the boards and whether people were in good standing. So we wanted to bring that information back to you prior to this appointment. On the Parks and Recreation Board, you have 7 board members. 4 of those board members constitutes a quorum. We currently have 1 vacancy, and we have 1 expired term that is still being filled by that person because we have not found a person to fill that slot. In the last 12 months, there have been 9 meetings of this board. There was 1 meeting where they did not have a quorum, and the average attendance is 4 to 5 people. It was like 4.5, and all members are in good standing. For the planning board, they also have 7 members of that board. 4 constitutes a quorum. There is 1 vacancy and 1 expired, which is an unexpired term. In the last 12 months, there have been 6 meetings. All meetings have had a quorum. Average attendance was 6 for that meeting, and all members are in good standing. And at this point, we have, for the planning board, there is 1 in-town vacancy, and we have 2 people that have applied to fill that slot, and they may be here to speak if you would like to have them do so. They were notified that they had that opportunity to do so. Yes, sir.
Are there any Board of Adjustments applicants in the queue?
No, sir, not at this point in time. And then we have, I can tell you about the planning, or Parks and Recreation Board. There is 1 in-town vacancy, and there has been 1 application.
So, are the applicants here?
LaToya Carter and Peggy Alexander are the planning board applications, and I have a written statement for the Parks and Recreation position. You have the opportunity to ask them to come speak if you would like.
Would they,
Are they here?
I do not know. They were notified.
Okay.
do they wish to speak if they're here? Hearing none?
Would you like me to read the statement from Wendy Watson, or do you want to wait until you're ready to make that appointment?
Are we ready to make that appointment now?
Yeah, we'll hold on to the
Yes,
Parks
sir.
and Rec. What's the board's pleasure with the 2 applicants for the planning board?
I'd like the applicants to come before us.
I would as well. I like to come before us.
I didn't get what you said.
I'd like the applicants to come before us.
I agree.
Commissioner Laux?
I concur. I would like to interview them and hear more about their experience as opposed to just this form.
Commissioner Harrison?
Agreed.
I concur as well.
We need a motion for that?
No, sir. You
Okay.
just don't act on it, and we will ask them to come to the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now the statement from Parks
Yes.
and Rec.
Yes, she was not able to make it this evening. It says, "Good evening, everyone. I want to apologize for my absence this evening as I am facilitating a group. However, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to share why I would like to be part of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I am a resident of Zebulon for the last 6 years, and I am the executive director and founder of the nonprofit organization called Empowered Citizens. We serve youth of East Wake County who experience mental health, substance abuse, and juvenile delinquency. I have a vested interest in our youth, especially those who are underserved and economically disadvantaged. Research tells us that our disadvantaged population are at a greater risk for mental health, substance abuse, school suspensions, and juvenile delinquency. In the mission of the Parks and Rec to connect all people in the community through quality parks, facilities, and programs, the vision is to create recreational and cultural opportunities that enhance the quality of life and connect our residents through positive impacts on health and wellness, social interaction, economic growth, and environmental stewardship. I would love to contribute to the mission and vision of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board to continue to ensure there is diversity, equity, and inclusion when creating a positive impact on the community of Zebulon. I would like to assist in creating an all-inclusive social interaction when developing programs and recreational events. I feel that my passion and experience working with individuals, families, and communities will be an asset to the board. Again, thank you so much for your consideration. Wendy Watson.
I'd like to make a statement, if I may. I personally know Wendy Watson, and I cannot speak more highly of her. She would be an amazing asset on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board because she deals with youth in our town on a regular basis. So I would absolutely recommend that we appoint her to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Second.
If that's a motion, yeah, I'll second it.
We're just discussing, right?
And we just,
Um,
I say.
Any other questions, comments?
I'd personally like to know if our Park and Rec Director is here, her thoughts on it, if you would, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I've had the pleasure of working with Wendy on several different occasions, specifically on some networking for youth service providers. She's been a partner of ours in trying to build that network. And through that process and understanding that she is a resident here and she is directly involved with our youth and engaged with her youth, I actually asked her if this was something she was interested in, and we've talked about it. So I have no reservations because I feel like she has a good idea of what we're moving forward with. And I also love that she's so engaged and has a lot of the same frame of mind that we as an organization have. I think she would be a tremendous asset.
Awesome. Thank you
Absolutely.
for sharing that.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Are we ready to move forward with the applicant?
I make a motion, we appoint Wendy Watson to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll vote, Commissioner Baxter?
Approve.
Miles?
Approved.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Harrison? Commissioner Laux? Approve. Motion passes.
I would like to state that Stacy Paratori reached out and spoke with each applicant about coming this evening, earlier last week and again today, so they were aware.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, storage. Mike?
Mr. Mayor, actually, I'm going to turn it over to
Yeah.
to Sam for the preamble?
Sure.
Just one moment. There were a couple things that were happening before we moved some things from the consent agenda, and we added some items that were to occur before the public hearing, please. We had the Parks and Recreation Resolution 2023-15.
Lisa, was the quilt project before mine?
Yours is fine, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. In your consent packet, there was a typo on the street closure for 2023, so I provided you with an updated copy. And I thought I caught it, but we didn't get it changed in your packet, so I do apologize for that. But under Rock the Block, the key change on what you'll be adopting is that the street closure on Horton Street is from North Church Street to Arundel Avenue. It's not going to cross Arundel Avenue. So it will be in the same framework that you've seen it in the past. And I'm available to answer questions.
Any questions, comments? Commissioner Laux?
I have a question.
Sure.
I got excited when I first saw that because I kind of assumed we'd have vendors and booths set up all the way down to Popular. Are there any thoughts about adding vendors selling things during Rock the Block?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't, I want to make sure that we have the capacity to keep adding on to the events. And so that is something that I've asked staff to evaluate, that as we move forward. The street closure in and of itself is more substantial and requires more action from the board. Typically, when we've closed the street, we've also just gone ahead and thrown in the public lot, but I think that would be, on this event, there's more room to extend on the piece of Horton Street that we've used, but we've also got the public lot. Then there's some private property that we could potentially partner with there, but it is absolutely on our radar and something that we would love to see, and we've talked about expanding that event to include.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
We need a motion.
I'd like to move to approve Resolution 2023-15 as newly submitted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Questions, comments? We have a roll vote. Commissioner Laux?
Favor.
Commissioner Harris?
Favor?
Commissioner Clark?
In favor.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Baxter?
Favor.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
The next one, I think it was Commissioner Baxter's 100.
Could you just take one and pass one down? Okay, so back in 2001, September 8th to be exact, a 100-county quilt debuted and has been traveling around North Carolina since. This quilt has had contributions from every single county across the state. And we have the opportunity for the month of December to display it here in Zebulon. So I am before you to explain a little bit about what the quilt looks like and to ask that we give permission for the quilt to come to Zebulon to be displayed. This is a 16-foot wide and 9-foot tall. It took approximately 125 quilters to create, and it will come with a map that illustrates what county each specific quilt block is from, along with its history and postcards that can be distributed for anyone that wishes to take home that history with them. And it was created to celebrate the opening of the North Carolina Women's and Children's Hospital in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. So I guess my ask is for everyone's agreement to allow the quilt to come to Zebulon for the month of December. And I will facilitate bringing it and then moving it to its next location.
So that would include some type of application process?
I've already, Joy Javits, who works with UNC School of Government, has already approved the relocation of the quilt if Zebulon chooses to accept it. And she's the one that facilitates it, that is in charge of its movement.
Commissioner Laux.
I think my mic is dead, so I'll talk loud. Oh, here we go. Strongly in favor of the quilt coming here for the month of December, and hope we could possibly have it downtown in a store window where everyone could see it, especially during the parade in December. Just some ideas.
I think that that's absolutely possible. It has been housed in private facilities in the past. I just didn't want to make a promise before getting confirmation from the downtown business owner that I have in mind that I think would be able to display the quilt very nicely.
I make a motion that we proceed with working with the quilt, getting it to Zebulon.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll vote. Commissioner Baxter?
Aye.
Commissioner Miles?
Favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Harrison?
Favor.
Commissioner Lau?
Favor.
Awesome, guys.
Thank you.
I'm excited. This is going to be pretty cool. Thank you.
Do we have another one for street closures?
How's that?
Good on that?
Yes, sir. Good to go.
Next, storage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everybody. This is an evidentiary hearing. It's a public hearing concerning a quasi-judicial case, SUP 2023-02, an application for a special use permit filed by Smith Anderson on behalf of the property owner to secure a permit for a multi-building self-storage facility located at 901 Proctor Street. So I'll provide some background and instructions to those in attendance about how this meeting will proceed in a moment. But first, I'll address the hearing with the members of the board. So as a reminder to the members of the board, in a quasi-judicial hearing, board members must act as impartial decision makers who make the decision based only on the evidence submitted at this evening's hearing. The board's decision cannot be based on personal preference or based on facts or evidence outside of the record from this evening's hearing. This hearing will consider a self-storage facility. The decision that this board is tasked to make is not whether a self-storage facility is desirable or not desirable. Rather, the decision is whether the evidence submitted this evening supports the necessary findings of fact under Zebulon's UDO. As in all quasi-judicial evidentiary hearings, members shall not participate in or vote on any matter in a manner that would violate the affected person's constitutional rights to an impartial decision maker. Impermissible conflicts include, but are not limited to, a member having a fixed opinion prior to hearing the matter, undisclosed ex parte communications, or a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected party, or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. So first, has any member of this board had any undisclosed ex parte communications about this project?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. And second, does any member of either board have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change or other conflict of interest regarding this matter?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. So as a reminder to those in attendance, as a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, unlike a legislative hearing, it's not a forum for expressing personal opinions about the project, but rather the board has to make findings of fact based on evidence submitted and enumerated in the UDO, or factors enumerated in the UDO, and these findings have to be based on competent material and substantial evidence in the record this evening. So by statute, competent evidence excludes certain things, meaning you can't testify to these things. That includes the effect of a particular use on property values. That's number one. Number two, that increased traffic poses a danger to public safety. And number three is matters about which only expert testimony would be generally admissible. That's from North Carolina statutes. That's not a Zebulon policy. That's a North Carolina legislature has said those things specifically. So as a result, we ask that no one offer unsupported opinions on those matters or speculation, and to please limit your testimony to relevant and competent evidence related to the findings. So we're here under section 2.2.18F of the UDO. That's the section that governs special use permits in Zebulon. And to do that, the applicant has to put on evidence to satisfy 6 findings of fact. And so it's these findings that will inform the way the evidence is heard by this board and the ultimate decision to be made by this board. So I'm going to read the 6 of them, and thank you, Mike, for putting them up. But the findings required this evening are that the proposed special use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed, that the proposed special use complies with all the required standards, conditions, and specifications in Zebulon's UDO. 3, that it will not substantially injure the value of abutting land, or that the special use is a public necessity. 4, that the use is in harmony with the area where it's located. 5, that it's in general conformity with the town's policy guidance. And 6, that it includes a concept plan that accurately depicts the use's configuration. So to make the proceeding operate as smoothly as possible, we'll operate under the following procedure. When you're speaking tonight, you're offering testimony, so you'll be sworn in. The clerk will swear you in, and you can offer testimony. We'll do that one at a time as you come up to speak, starting with Mike and town staff and the staff report. If you do testify, ask that you stay in the building until we conclude, so that any party withstanding has the opportunity to cross-examine you if they choose to do that. If you testify in person, then leave. Your testimony might not be considered if you're not available for cross-examinations later. So for the order of events, this is my last thing and then I'm done, I promise. We'll start with the staff report. After the staff testifies, the applicant can come forward, offer testimony in favor of the application. We'll next hear from anybody else here speaking in favor of the application. Then we'll hear from anybody opposing the application before we conclude the public hearing, and the board will discuss what they do next. Before I go to Mike, any questions from the board members for me at this time? None. Okay. Mike.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please, into the mic.
Michael Clark, 2021 Cotton Barn Court.
Thank you.
Michael Clark, 2021 Cotton Barn Court, Wendell, North Carolina. Before we begin, once again, my name is Michael Clark. I am currently serving as the planning director for the town of Zebulon. I do have a bachelor's in science in land use planning and management from Northern Michigan University and a master's in arts in geography with an emphasis on urban and regional planning from Western Michigan University. I've been a planner in 3 different states, both in the public and private sectors. I'm also a member of good standing with the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I do have credentials from North Carolina. Specifically, I'm a certified zoning official in the state of North Carolina. Staff would like to enter in the testimony, the presentation, and the staff report into the record as evidence.
Okay, admitted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, town attorney. The request before you tonight is for 901 Proctor Street. It is a parcel that has 2 different frontages. However, it is not a corner parcel. It has frontages on Proctor Street as well as Shepherd School. The corner parcel is a separate parcel and is not subject to the request that's before you tonight. Section 4.2.3 of our Unified Development Ordinance lists 2 uses: self-storage facilities external access only, and self-storage facilities internal access only as special land uses within the heavy commercial zoning district. It is important to note that there are two separate uses before you tonight, both of which are classified as special uses. As with some uses in our Unified Development Ordinance, there is additional standards. You heard that earlier tonight during Mr. Chalker's presentation. Section 4.3.5, subsection QQ1 provides these additional standards. The first is the use shall be located on a lot or site at least 5 acres in area. No more than 50% of the total site may be occupied by the buildings. External access only storage buildings shall not exceed 20 feet in height or 20 feet or 1 story in height. No activity other than storage shall take place within a storage unit, and storage of hazardous, toxic, or explosive substances shall be prohibited. Subsection 2 of this notes additional standards for internal access self-storage uses. No indoor storage of materials, racks, bins, shelving, or otherwise evidence of the operation shall be visible from the public right-of-way. Glass doors and windows shall contain curtains, blinds, or other suitable treatment to screen the interior of the building or view. This is specifically the storage area component, does not include corridors. That the windows shall not be boarded, paneled, or over from the outside or the inside. And finally, the outdoor storage shall be prohibited at many self-storage facilities with internal access only. To provide a little bit of context, this site was notified in accordance with local regulations as well as 160D. This includes posting hearing signs on the property, and this situation is posted on both frontages of Shepherd School as well as Proctor Street. Notices were mailed to all parcels within all property owners within 150 feet of the outer boundaries of the subject parcel. And it was put in paper of general circulation, and it ran twice in the Wake Weekly, once last Friday and once the Friday previous to that. In addition to the required statutory requirements, it was posted on the town's website, and it was part of our email notification list that is available on the town or the planning department page of the town's website. To provide a bit more context, once again, the site is 901 Proctor Street. The applicant is Smith Anderson, who is the attorney for Storage Max. The property is currently zoned heavy commercial, and we'll get more into these details, as well as the future land use map is suburban commercial. To orient you into the proximity of where this is, you have the interchange of 64 and 264 and Arundel located here. This is the subject parcel in question. Zebulon Elementary School is located here, and the Boys and Girls Club is located right there. This is the view of the property from Shepherd School Road. It is currently vacant, has been farmed for quite some time. And then this is the view from Proctor Street, looking north. This is the adjacent parcel that is at the corner of Shepherd School and Proctor Street, and has contained a combination of different commercial activities and uses over the past several years. And then this is a view of the adjacent church on Proctor Street. This is the view looking south across the street at the vacant parcel across Proctor Street. And then finally, this is the view looking north along Shepherd School. The parcel in question is on the left, and then the vacant parcel, which is part of a residential subdivision and is slated for non-residential use, is located to the right. As I noted, the parcel is zoned heavy commercial. This is typical of operations such as grocery stores, restaurants, fast food restaurants, retail establishments, as well as hosts several different activities and uses. The adjacent use is R2 suburban residential, and that's the light yellow color to the south and to the west of the subject parcel. And that really is meant to contain residential activities in a low-density context, as well as some ancillary activities, such as the elementary school. The kind of darker mustard color that is to the east the mustard color to the east is zoned R13 Special Use District. This is a district that, while we have it listed, we can no longer zone anything into because it is classifying something to special use district is no longer permissible per North Carolina General Statute 160D. It was replaced with planned developments and conditional zonings. But that does contain a residential development that does have a combination of some potential non-residential elements to be moving forward in the future. As I noted, the future land use category is suburban commercial. This is characteristic of things that are going to be complementary to the adjacent residential uses. Typically, these would be restaurants, retail, things that a person would drive to on a regular occasion. It would not typically house anything such as like heavy industrial operations, as an example. The adjacent is general residential. That's the darker of the yellow color. And then suburban residential is the lighter yellow color. Both of these are residential in nature. General residential allows for a higher density residential or more properties per acre. Suburban residential is less properties per acre. In accordance with the application requirement, the applicant did provide a site plan. And it shows here the two separate buildings, the first of which is 98,000 square foot, plus or minus, interior access storage building. This would have its primary frontage on Shepherd School. The applicant has provided the required landscaping and has indicated that they will be making all the necessary road improvements to Shepherd School Road in accordance with our transportation plan. The applicant's also indicating that they're going to be providing a stormwater retention basin to collect any of the displaced stormwater that's going to occur from the structures. And then the smaller of the two buildings is 12,650 square feet. This is an external access only building. The applicant is not providing or not indicating that there's going to be any exterior storage, but has provided parking access areas for patrons to both the internal access storage building as well as the external access storage building. The applicant has indicated that they'll make the necessary improvements to Proctor Street in accordance with our transportation plan and is only providing a pedestrian entrance off of the Proctor Street. They're not showing any vehicle access, but they are showing the utility access off of Proctor Street located in this area here. The applicant is proposing an opaque fence, a 20-foot type C, which is a semi-opaque landscape buffer yard, as well as the required street trees. Should have clicked through these earlier. Building 1, this is the building that's just under 100,000 square feet, is going to be a fully four-sided building and is slated to meet the architectural requirements for the large format building as found in section 5.3.1 of our Unified Development Ordinance. This does call for various elements, including windows, doors, awnings, different architectural features, and we'll be getting into those here in a little bit. The second and the smaller of the two buildings is the exterior access. This building has, while it has 4 sides, 3 sides are designed to be in compliance with our Unified Development Ordinance. The one side that does not meet the architectural requirements would be the side that has the garage bays, and we'll go into that here in a moment. Our UDO section 5.3.1 really defines how these building walls need to be treated, specifically within commercial operations. We've all been in locations where we walk along a building that's a very long, monotonous concrete wall. It's not only not welcoming, but also creates a sense of unsafetyness. So our regulations are actually tailored specifically to minimize that monotony. And there's various ways to do that, and there's various treatments depending upon where on the building these are located. We do break the buildings into 3 different classifications in terms of the building walls. The first is the primary wall. That is typically located adjacent to either a street front or the primary pedestrian or customer access areas. As you can see highlighted here in red, these are going to be areas that are going to be adjacent to the primary parking spaces or have the street frontage as shown in this particular location. A local context to this would be the building that has the FastMed and the eye care over by Walmart. This is an example of a primary facade wall. You can see here how it's a large expanse of glass that breaks it into individual tenant spaces. And even knowing that some of the occupants might take up more than one of these bays, it still has that multiple tenant delineation. It further has different awnings and coverings over the doors depending upon where it's placed. And you'll see these vertical projections where the roof line is not constant. It creates this difference to make it look and feel as if it is many different businesses as opposed to just the 3 that are located here. One of the most important elements of a primary facade is you can see clearly into it. It has what's known as high transparency. There's a lot of windows. And even in this situation where they provided sunshades in the upper sections, you can still clearly see in the majority of the windows. The second of the facades is creatively called the secondary facade. These would be areas that'd be adjacent to either access drives, as shown in this location, or adjacent to public recreation lands or other areas that are readily visible from the right-of-way. Sometimes, we'll get into that in a moment. Once again, same building. It has less glass. It has less treatment, but it is still there. It shows in this situation, you can even clearly see these chairs inside the building, even though it was a bright sunny day and there was a high glare. Has awnings protecting over the windows, still has the signage, and much like the front facade, you see the difference in the roof treatments where it's not that constant, monotonous, linear plane. There's variety, character to the building. It also provides, still maintains that strong, heavy base course around the bottom, and then the lighter materials up above. Sometimes these can also face the pedestrian or the customer areas as well, such as here where it would have been blocked by a lot of parking, so it might not be as readily visible by the road. Or in this situation where it's primarily in front of the parking area. As an example, for drive-through restaurants, realistically, they have only a primary or secondary facade. All of the other walls need or some sort of a treatment to bring it up upon that level because the vehicles wrap all the way around the building. The last of the walls are the tertiary walls. These are walls that are essentially not going to be seen by the public. As an example on the schematic, which is in our Unified Development Ordinance, These walls would typically be adjacent to a heavy buffer, not surrounded by an access drive, not adjacent to these public lands. And once again, maintaining the same building, there's no transparency on the back of this building. Under our existing regulations, this building would not have been able to have a wall that looked like this. They would have had to have some treatment. A good representation of this is the building that the Five Guys is in, located in Nightdale, where those buildings realistically have primary, secondary facades all the way around them. If this building was built in our existing regulation, it would not be able to have this tertiary wall. But this is a good representation where it doesn't have those features incorporated into the design. So to recap, we do have primary building facade, which has the high transparency, lots of glass, lots of windows. This is also the area where there's the primary pedestrian entrances. This is the place where the customers go into the building. The secondary, which looks similar but less intensive, less glass, and typically doesn't have a door. Sometimes it might, but doesn't necessarily have to have a door. And the third, the tertiary, is employees only, no customer access. Typically is used for the location of the utilities and maybe the refuse collection, but does not have the customer service drive going around it. So we get back to the building 2 that's in question. And once again, these are 2 separate uses as listed by our Unified Development Ordinance. This is the exterior access storage facility. In this context, that facade would be along this wall located right here. This is a customer service area. This is where patrons who are going to be going to this facility to put stuff into storage, this is where they're going to be driving. Similar to the customers at FastMed, where they'd be going to park. Same concept. And in our chart, this is that same customer accessible area. This is where their parking lot is. This is where their access drive is. And as you can see, even on figure 5.3.1 subsection E, it shows that all of these are either primary or secondary facades, with the exception of that one little bar there, which is a tertiary. So the question is Unified Development Ordinance section 5.3.1. It notes that primary and secondary facades need to have elaborate customer entrances. This is a photo taken directly out of our Unified Development Ordinance. You can, when you're standing back from this building, you can clearly see where those doors are. You can clearly see where it's intended for customers to enter into the building. You have awnings, you have different projections, you have the signage. There's transparency where you can see into the building, which creates a sense of safety. Additionally, in this situation, the doors are actually recessed in a little bit to create that shade component and help to enhance the sense of shelter from the elements. Section 5.3.1 also calls for building articulation. What this means is the building's not just a blank wall of concrete. There's areas where it moves out or moves in or goes up. This is an example, once again, out of our Unified Development Ordinance. You can see how this building, the first floor is actually recessed back into that building, once again creating that sense of safety from the elements. The center is the strong component or the heavy component where it establishes or grounds the building in terms of an architectural context. It provides these vertical pillars that are kind of inset with these windows. And then that material is continued throughout various parts of the buildings, but it creates a mixture of materials and colors that is projected throughout the building. It also calls for various roof forms. As I've indicated, it's not just this constant monotonous linear line along the roof. Once again, a diagram from our Unified Development Ordinance shows this corner architectural projection on a primary or secondary facade that goes up vertical. In this context, they've also implemented a clock in here for additional architectural interest. And it's not just this one, but they've increased all of the corners to replicate that. And finally is fenestration. This is how much glass essentially is on the building and what are the materials and how does it all come together. We have minimum percentage requirements for glass and other fenestration for both primary as well as secondary facades. As you can see, the smaller building up above, you have to ask yourself, does it contain these elements? You can see the outlines from the opposite side, but this is the side that the customers are going to be accessing. So the considerations before you tonight. If the board finds that the applicant has met all of the standards, then the board shall approve the special use permit. However, if the board finds that the applicant has not met all of the standards, the board shall deny the special use permit. The options before the board tonight are as follows. Following the quasi-judicial hearing, the board may deny the request and establish the findings of fact. The board may approve the request and establish the findings of fact. If there's elements of the request that the board is uncomfortable with, they can speak with the applicant and propose conditions that would get towards that spirit and intent of what these regulations are trying to get to, and they may approve with conditions and establish the findings of fact. Alternatively, the board may keep the quasi-judicial hearing open and table to a date certain. This would allow for additional testimony, additional documentation, and/or evidence to be provided. However, if the board closes the quasi-judicial hearing and tables to the date certain, neither staff nor the applicant will be able to provide any additional documentation or testimony for you to take into consideration as part of your request. And finally, the standards as found in section 2.2.18F are as follows: that the request will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed, complies with all applicable standards, conditions, and specifications of this ordinance, including Article 4, and I should also note, including Article 5, the architectural standards of the UDO, will not substantially injure the value of the abutting property, or that the special use is a public necessity, will be in harmony in the area in which it is to be located, and is in general conformity with the town's adopted policy guidance. Finally, includes a concept plan that accurately depicts the proposed use's configuration. Staff recommends accepting competent material and substantial evidence and testimony regarding the special use permit presented tonight. Oh, text, or it shouldn't be in there. For 901 Proctor Street, finding the section 2.2.18F of the Unified Development Ordinance. And I'm available if you have any questions, and the applicant also does have a presentation for you tonight.
Any questions for staff, for members of the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
With your expertise as a planner, as well as your extensive experience in planning, do you feel that the proposed application complies with UDO section 5.3.1?
The one side of Building 2, in my professional opinion, is not consistent with the standards found in Section 5.3.1 of the Unified Development Ordinance.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mike at this time? Thank you. Okay, the applicant can come forward.
Thank you and good evening. My name is James Todd.
She'll swear you in, James, first. Yeah, we're quick on that here. You got it.
My address is 150.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Now your name and address, please.
It's James Todd, 150 Fayetteville Street, Suite 2300, Raleigh, 27601. And thank you, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. My name is James Todd, I'm Mr. Anderson on behalf of the applicant, Storage Family LLC, this evening. I thank you, Mr. Clark, for the overview of the application. As you heard, this is an internal, external self-storage facility in Ireland, Rockford. Already seen some photos, but just briefly to remember where the site is, the corner of Shepherd School and Proctor Street. Those are some Google Street View photos off of Proctor Street that you can see looking north along the property and then also looking west. And the parking lot in the back of the photo on the bottom is the Baptist church use to the west side of the property. That parking lot is about 200 feet. You can see it better on the overhead satellite than currently a vacant parcel today. We're excited, and the Storage Family is excited to bring this application for this board today. I'm joined by Alan Massey and Robert Hyde, who are the principals with the developer, Keith Gettle Engineering, who was an engineer on this project, and David Lewis with Dickinson Lewis Land Appraisal. We'll hear from Mr. Lewis later this evening about the anticipated impact on adjacent property values. This is a 6.5 acre vacant site proposed for a self-storage. Is that any better?
I think that's getting it.
Are any of the commissioners have a couple there?
It's also being recorded.
It's more so about the audience.
So, are we good? Do testing?
Go ahead.
We're good, okay. I'm gonna keep going. We're good. So 6.5 acre vacant parcel, proposed self-storage use. We saw the concept plan that was submitted with the application. It is 2 buildings, as Mr. Clark said. It's about 110,000 square feet in total. A much larger 98,000 square foot building to the north, and then the smaller, about 12,500 square foot building to the south. There is a stormwater bioretention pond proposed on site to handle and treat stormwater runoff on the property. There's also buffers that you'll be able to see in gray outlines around the edges. I draw your attention to the southwest of the site. That is the portion of the parcel that is adjacent to the church parking lot. It's also adjacent to the only portion of the property that fronts the R2 zone, and that's where Storage Family has proposed a 40-foot Type D buffer, which is the most intense buffer provided by the town's UDO. It's intended to be an opaque buffer that totally prevents sight and at maturity limits sound. It's 8 feet tall and totally opaque at maturity of the required trees and evergreen shrubs that are required to go into that 40-foot Type D buffer. Other portions of the site, which are not adjacent to the R2, are a 10-foot Type A buffer, which is a separation buffer not intended to be nearly as obstructive to vision or to sound. There's also it's another gray line, and I apologize. We have a larger concept plan later. If there's any questions, we can move to that. But there is a 6-foot pedestrian sidewalk that runs through the site from Proctor Street up and around. Oh, this is good. So there's a pedestrian walkway, trying not to shake so much, that walks up the side of the bioretention pond, comes here through a public gathering place, and then up and terminates up here on Shepherd School Road. That's intended to promote, pedestrian connectivity, obviously understanding the goal that the town has of improving walkability and making this a site that's accessible to folks on foot who also may choose to ride their bicycles to the property. We saw some of these elevation drawings, but I wanted to highlight 2 of them. These will be the primary views of the larger building from Shepherd School Road and also Proctor Street. I think Mr. Clark did a better job than I would have of walking through the architectural distinctions, the different types of frontages. We also have Robert High here this evening, who is deeply involved in the architectural development of the site. And so if there are specific questions, he'll be able to answer those for the board this evening. So we are in front of you tonight because, as Mr. Clark says, this is an internal and external self-storage facility in the heavy commercial district. Both of those uses require a special use permit. There are site-specific conditions for under UDO 435QQ for self-storage internal use. And then there are the 6 generally applicable special use permit criteria that we'll speak about this evening. And before we get too far into the weeds on the criteria and the evidence that we'll provide this evening, I would like to invite Mr. Alan Massey up. Alan is one of, as I said, the principals of Storage Family. I'd like him to just give a little bit of evidence and testimony on who Storage Family is, their experience in this area, and their vision for this property.
Hand on the Bible.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Alan Massey, 5020 Curvature Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27616. Mr. Mayor, board members, as stated, my name is Alan Massey, and my partner and I, Robert High, are the proposed developers of the site. Myself and Robert have 30-plus years experience in self-storage. Robert is a past president of the North Carolina Self-Storage Association. He has developed properties throughout the Southeast and is a past president of the state association. I currently own 8 facilities here in Wake County, and own and operate. And we believe this is a good, appropriate site for self-storage. We think Zebulon is matured to the point of needing a nice Class A, first quality facility, and we're here to make that happen. 7 out of 8 of my facilities are actually adjacent to neighborhoods, and we are a nice quiet use, not a lot of noise, odors, light. We're not a burden on the infrastructure of the town while providing a good solid tax base. So I think it's important to consider that as well. Not a burden on infrastructure as far as water and sewer needs, and we do not generate a lot of traffic. So, pretty quiet use. Happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Any questions for Mr. Massey this time? Thank you, sir.
So the conditions that you'll see to the right of your screens, those are the use-specific standards. Those standards are satisfied. The evidence for that is a combination of the concept plan that you saw. Staff is also required by the UDO to identify any standards in the UDO that were not satisfied by the application. You'll see as you read through the staff report, none of the 4.3.5 QQ standards are identified. There will be no storage of hazardous toxic materials. There is actually screening, kind of contrary to some of the visibility requirements at the southern building. There is some screening required in the northern building. There's also an opaque fence to the south of the site that we'll look at in the concept plan in a moment. And then outdoor storage is prohibited in conjunction with internal access mini storage. There are 6 special use permit criteria, and this is, I think, the crux of why we're here this evening and the focal point of the review that this board is asked to make this evening. As the applicant for a special use permit, Storage Family has a burden of proof to bring evidence and testimony before you this evening. I think we're probably all familiar, as I'm sure this board is, from other hearings, but also just generally through court TV and otherwise, of different burdens of proof, standards of evidence that have to be provided. Criminal is the highest, then civil, and then somewhere quite a bit lower, but our courts haven't decided exactly where, is the evidentiary standard for a special use permit, a quasi-judicial hearing. The standard is evidence tending to show that Storage Family has satisfied these 6 criteria in front of you this evening. Our courts have looked at that and said, tends to show means something more than a quote-unquote scintilla, but they're not sure exactly how much. Point being, we have the burden this evening, but it is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not even 50-50. We have to advance the ball, and at that point, obviously open to contrary evidence. But if we meet that low standard for these 6 criteria, and there is no contrary evidence, because the town has already made the legislative decision that self-storage is appropriate in the heavy commercial district, if we meet these criteria, then the board is obligated to issue the permit. Storage Family has met its burden and is entitled to the permit to operate this use as it's proposed. I'd like to go through these 6 criteria. If at any point the board has questions, please don't hesitate to ask. We have some really good experts in the room tonight that have been heavily involved with this project and be happy to answer them if I can't myself. And I would also ask that at the end of all of this consideration, when the board is deciding whether or not we've met these 6 standards, that if you have questions, you ask. We're not going to have the opportunity to address every single question you may have this evening without knowing what it is. If you need more evidence, if there's a question you have that we don't touch on in the presentation, please ask. And we have several folks here this evening who will be able to assist. The first element is that this use as proposed does not materially endanger the public health or safety if it's located where it's proposed and developed according to the submitted plan. I should add that the PowerPoint only limits internal self-storage. As we saw, there's a combination, but the vast majority in that larger building is internal self-storage with a smaller external storage portion to the bottom. There is limited sound and light impact. This is day-to-day practically a fairly passive use. People bring their goods and their possessions to the site. They rent a storage unit, they store them, and then for the most part, it mostly just sits until the people come back to the site. There is extremely limited traffic generated by the site because of the fact that people aren't coming in constantly to buy things like we might see with a retail use or a grocery store or some of the other uses permitted in the heavy commercial zone. We had a traffic impact analysis study done for this application. You had a summary memorandum of that TIA in your packets, and I have the full TIA here this evening to offer into evidence. But it determined that they anticipate about 20 traffic trips at the peak hours in the AM and the PM. That number, that 20 at the peak and 162 two-way trips during any 24-hour period represents more than a 0.5% increase to the existing traffic. This is not a traffic-intensive use, and we think that's one of the advantages that it offers over some of the other uses that are permitted by right in the heavy commercial district, which are those retail uses, grocery store uses, the constant in and out that would require traffic improvements and would pose a potential burden to the road system. This is not that use. It is not anticipated based on the traffic engineer's report to require any roadway improvements or to negatively impact the level of service offered by Proctor Street or Shepherd School Road. We think the combination of the limited sound and light impact, the limited traffic impact, the fact that this is primarily an internal use that is not generating noise or odor or vibration or any of the other things that we might associate with a more intensive outdoor heavy storage use means it's more likely than not that this is not going to be a danger to public health and safety. As it sits on the side of the road, this is essentially a quiet, contained building with minimal traffic that is not going to be loud, is not going to disrupt the lives of its neighbors. The second criteria is that this application and the proposed use satisfies the UDO standards. We heard a question about whether or not the one frontage on either the primary or secondary side of the southern building satisfies 5.3.1. We heard Mr. Clark say that he doesn't believe that it does. Just offer 2 quick points on that. One, 5.3.1 is a generally applicable commercial standard. We knew going into that all commercial development in this area was going to have to comply with that facade requirement, and it will be. In order to get a building permit and finalize this process and actually get this building built, whatever storage family ultimately lands on in cooperation with the town has to comply with 5.3.1. There's been several versions and iterations of this concept plan. We applied for the special use permit back on July 1st. I think we've had 3 or 4 iterations of the concept map and serious discussions with the town about ways to change the plan, ways to adapt the facades. And so I'm confident based on that existing relationship and honestly the distance that this plan has already come from that first application on July 1st, that by the time storage family is ready to go forward with a building permit, that whatever is finally agreed on and is compliant with the UDO will satisfy 5.3.1. As it is today, as the use is proposed on the concept plan and in general, it satisfies the self-storage specific use requirements. And as noted, there are no other standards identified in the staff report as potentially in conflict. We are required to demonstrate that this use as proposed will not have a substantially negative impact on the value of adjoining or abutting properties. As Mr. Slater explained to us, this is not something that anyone is allowed to have an opinion about in North Carolina. You have to bring expert testimony. So I'd ask David Lewis from Dickinson Lewis Land Appraisers to come forward. Mr. Lewis has prepared a report. Ask him to introduce that report and explain who he is.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
David Lewis with Dickinson Lewis and Associates. We're at 4016 Barrett Drive in Raleigh, 27609. And I am here on behalf of the developers and in order to show evidence that the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of abutting properties. And in so doing, we try to find commercial developments that have recently been developed or approved and are in the process of being developed. Town of Zebulon has a wonderful site that will allow you to point and click on active developments. I was able to find 2 that were recently done or that are under construction, one of which is the 5 Points mini storage. So it's an existing self-storage facility that's located in northeast Zebulon on US 264. This property was approved for the expansion of 2 new buildings in October of 2020. I was able to then take the analytics tools available to us. That's Multiple Listing Service, or TMLS, and CoStar, which is a commercial analytics company. So we can look at the residential aspects as well as commercial. The findings of the timeframes of before and after the development show that the property values have increased somewhere about 25% in 1 year. The second property that we found was an industrial development, and that one is at 201 Green Pace Road, which is just over 264. It's a 30,000 square foot industrial building. They're currently under construction, and we were able to do the same study showing prior to and after values around that using those two analytic tools, and they also showed appreciation, an average appreciation of 27% in that time frame. So properties there both showing 25 and 27% increases in values after those properties were developed, one being self-storage, one being high-density industrial. We did then go into Raleigh, where a new Storage Max facility was recently developed on Wake Forest Road, and then looked at all the properties around that, and that also showed appreciation on average of approximately 6% per year. So those are just a sampling of three comparable developments that are showing that there are no adverse impacts or substantial injuries to abutting properties. Any questions at all?
Yes, I have a question. So how do those numbers compare to the increase in residential property values that are outside of, being next to these storage facilities?
Well, you're able to use both of these analytics tools to either point and click and see if there have been consecutive sales, or we can put a radius around them. So the radius around all of these properties that have been identified have shown nothing but appreciation.
So I guess my question is, all of the U.S. has gone through an appreciation of residential property values. Are you saying that this is on 25 and 27 and 6% above, in addition to all of these other residential property value increases?
No, ma'am. It's a study of an historic one-year time frame, basically from 2020 to 21, when the properties were either proposed or they began their construction process, and then after they've been completed is the one-year study after. So it's a before and an after of these site-specific developments.
So is there a way to understand, say, outside of that parameter, what the residential property values increased as opposed to inside that parameter?
Yes, if I was tasked with that, certainly I could.
Okay.
Yes.
One quick question for me.
Yes, sir.
Back there, I know that there's a grave site back there. What are you guys planning on doing that? How will that impact that grave site back there?
I don't have the answer to that, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're talking about values?
No, not value-wise, just kind of protect that sacred ground, actually.
Commissioner Miles, can we get to that question in 1 second? I do want to do a quick follow-up session with Mr. Lewis while he's up here.
Okay.
We can discuss that first thing.
All right, thank you.
Can you all hear me if I just talk?
You'll have to talk into the microphone, please.
Sir, actually, you can.
Mr. Lewis, I know it's in your report. Could you just give us a little bit of background on your professional experience and how long you've been a land appraiser?
Sure. I graduated from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill in '89 with a degree in political science, and have been practicing appraisal, brokerage, and other real estate endeavors since 1992. State certified in North Carolina and in the state of Virginia. We do all kinds of commercial work, estate, tax, appeal work, trust work, right-of-way, condemnation work. So we are pretty skilled in valuations of most property types. We don't want to do hotels, but most everything else we will tackle.
Good. Have you ever been asked to do reports like this, which is property impact values for quasi-judicial proceedings?
We have.
Okay, you're familiar with the techniques and the industry standards for how those reports get prepared?
Yes, sir.
And did you apply those industry standard practices to your report today?
Yes, sir. Anybody else?
Any other questions?
I actually have a couple questions for the planning director.
We could do that now, or we could get through the presentation and
Okay,
then.
we'll finish presentation.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And I do have a question for cross-examination for the witness.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes. Mr. Lewis, can you expand upon the development that you used as part of your comparison on Green Pace Road?
It's a 30,000 square foot industrial building as cited in the town of Zebulon planning website that shows the point and click. You've got a link to that property.
Okay, and you indicated that the price values was based on the post-completion date of that facility?
No, sir. This one is it's recently been approved, so we tried to get a window of 1 year prior to that approval and the time frame after that approval.
Okay. It is worth noting for the board that while that
I couldn't figure out whose it was.
It was Bev's.
Down, here we go. Is it me? All right, let's see what happens. Go ahead, Mike, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's worth noting to the board that the applicant that Mr. Lewis, or the application that Mr. Lewis referenced, while it was initially approved, it was pulled before any construction began, and the site is once again available for sale.
Is there a reason why that was pulled, Mike?
That particular development is exploring other options, including the renovation and modification of their existing facilities, as well as possibly locating closer to where their existing facility is.
So there's the 30,000 square foot building on Green Pace that was proposed is not being built?
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's on the website as active, so you click on that right now and show it's still correct, which is the only thing the public can look at.
Thank you.
Just one more question, Mr. Lewis, learning what we just did about the status of that 30,000 foot facility, does any of that change your conclusion in this hearing?
It does not. No, we gave a sampling. If the board wants to choose any project that's been under construction or recently completed or is in the process of being permitted or approved, the board has to do the research on that, and it's probably going to show the exact same result.
Thank you.
I have one more question. So with regards to the proposed building that didn't get built on Green Pace Road, could this be considered an example of just values increasing, separated from the fact that it is, because it never was a storage facility? So prices have just increased, values have just increased, and that is independent of the fact that there is or is not a building on that site? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miles, I forgot about your question. We'll get to it next, but before we're still on the property or vehicle On the basis of Mr. Lewis's experience and the evidence and methodology he explained this evening, we would offer this full report and evidence being part of the record here this evening. I'm not sure. And as I said, all the folks are staying here, so if any of the board members think of questions related to property values that you'd like to ask Mr. Lewis at any point tonight, please just let me know. But as we heard, after substantial analysis of the property and similar uses in the relevant market and submarket, it was Mr. Lewis's professional expert opinion that this use will not have a negative impact on the property values of adjacent parcels. The next element of the special use permit is that the use be in harmony with the area in which it is proposed. And when we do these hearings, I think some folks have trouble with the phrase harmony. Harmony and a use being harmonious with the area doesn't mean that it is identical to the uses next to it. If that was the case, you'd only be able to build single family next to single family and so on. In this case, harmonious means that it will peacefully coexist with the uses that are there today. Those uses are at the corner to the southeast. There is a used car lot owned by Mr. Darrell High. We had a chance to meet Mr. High. He was the lone attendant at our June 16th neighborhood meeting. We explained the project to him, and we received no negative comments. So we think that is going to be harmonious use with Mr. High's used car lot. To the west, there is the church and the church parking lot. And then, Commissioner Miles, as you pointed out, slightly north of that property is a cemetery. And those are the two portions of the property that are R2 as opposed to heavy commercial around the remainder of the site. And so in those areas, out of sensitivity both to the church use and the cemetery use, but also to the different zoning district, that is where we have proposed the more intense type D buffer, which is that fully opaque 8-foot tall trees and bushes to completely shield the view of our site from theirs. That isn't necessarily appropriate for the remainder of the site, and so a type A buffer goes around those other portions. But in that particular church parking lot and church cemetery area is where that 40-foot type D buffer will go. This broader area, moving outside of the immediately adjacent uses, is a bit of a mix. There's institutional uses with the Zebulon Elementary School to the southwest. You get a little bit further in, you start to get to some commercial, retail, civic uses. There is a fairly large subdivision to the northeast. I think that's the Shepherd's, is it Shepherd's Park? Or Shepherd's, I have it somewhere. There is a fairly large subdivision to the southeast, and I apologize, or northeast, and I apologize for forgetting the name of it. But the nearest residential lot to our property boundary, not counting the road that you have to cross or the buffers that we will install, is just over 750 feet away. There's a large retention pond area, stormwater pond area, that takes up the majority of the frontage across Shepherd School Road. And so, like I said, I think it's about 750 at the absolute point that we can see on the concept plan. Let's go back. So if you see kind of where that subdivision comes to a point, that point is 750 feet, a little more than that, from the closest point of the red boundary line on our parcel. The remainder of those lots are much further away, and as you'll see, there's significant vegetation both to the north and the south in those areas. There's also a fairly decent existing tree line between the subject property and the church parking lot and cemetery. And then it's a little bit obscured by the, well, you can see in the top right, you see those green shrubs that are a existing vegetative buffer between Mr. High's parking lot, or used car sales lot, and the subject property. We think that self-storage is a complementary use to a range of existing uses. One of the largest customers of self-storage is residential, whether folks need additional space for their homes or they're moving and they need a temporary place to store their belongings while they move into a different place. It also serves commercial uses, and so The fact that this is a little bit of a transition area between residential into the institutional and commercial that we see further to the south and to the east, we think is an advantage. This is an amenity to a variety of existing uses, and it's located in an area with a variety of existing uses. It's also quiet, it's low impact, it's not loud, it doesn't generate a lot of traffic, vibration, or odor, or any of the things we may associate with kind of those heavier, more intensive commercial uses. So we think it's just as at home in a neighborhood as it would be in a busier, more heavily trafficked area. And I would also compare this use to others that are allowed by right without a special use permit on this site. An ABC store, auto repair, auto sales, car wash, indoor and outdoor kennels, and pawn shops are all uses that are permitted in the heavy commercial district and could go on this property today without that applicant and that property owner having to come in front of this board. In contrast to those, and certainly in contrast to some other versions of storage uses, we think this proposal is less intensive, less of a burden, and more in harmony with the surrounding area. The fifth element of a special use permit is that it's consistent with the town's policies. Mr. Clark's presentation touched on both the future land use map, where this is designated as a suburban commercial area, and then we also have the town's comprehensive plan, which discusses land use objectives and goals for the town. Suburban commercial is a use type that is characterized by the future land use map as compatible with commercial and service uses of varying intensities. On the high scale, it can accommodate large multi-story office buildings, and on the lesser end, we might see some of those more walkable, neighborhood-oriented retail uses, a flower shop or a coffee shop. Self-storage doesn't fit neatly into that range. It has some of the characteristics, certainly, of a larger commercial use, the sheer size and footprint of the building, the requirement that the acreage be at least 5 acres. This is, at least on scale, a fairly large project. But when we drill down into the use of it and the actual day-to-day impact that it's going to have on its adjacent neighbors, it produces significantly less traffic than many of the other commercial uses, some of which are allowed by right. It is not a busy use, it is not a loud use. And so even though it's large on a footprint scale, and it's a large site, we think it has a very small impact on the adjacent area that makes it appropriate for suburban commercial. Internal self-storage and external self-storage is compatible with associated uses in commercial, suburban commercial. As we said, it's an amenity for a variety of uses. It's a benefit to someone moving from single family to a townhome or an apartment to a townhome, as much as it is for a commercial owner that suddenly finds themselves short on space while they look for a larger retail operation. It benefits all of those folks, and locating it in an area that has a variety of existing uses is a benefit to those range of existing uses as well. And lastly, transportation planning designates Shepherd School Road as a 4-lane divided widening road and Proctor Street as a 2-lane divided widening road. As Mr. Clark touched on, the Storage family has committed and already shown on its concept plan its intent to build out that 50% transportation improvement as it's required by the transportation plan. Those improvements are already shown on the map and will be completed at the time of the project. And then lastly, Storage family is required to provide a concept plan as the 6th and final element that shows the use in an accurate depiction of the use as it will be developed. This concept plan, as I said, has gone through multiple versions. We've worked closely with the town to respond to their comments. I would like to enter, just for some context for the board this evening and kind of how this plan has evolved, an October 3rd comment letter that we received from the town identifying their last list of issues with the concept plan at the time, as well as the responses that were submitted by us as the applicant, identifying individual responses and how the concept plan had changed, how the elevation drawings had changed in response to each one of those points. And then lastly, before we finish, as I said, you have a summary memo from Davenport Traffic Engineering that was in your staff report memos. We did have a full TIA prepared for this and would offer that into evidence as expert testimony on traffic impact. That is the planned presentation this evening. But as I said, we have Robert High and Keith Gettle here who can answer any questions you have about architectural decisions, engineering decisions. Mr. Lewis is still here if there are questions about land values. So please, any questions that the board has, we really don't want to leave here this evening and certainly don't want you to close the public hearing if there's still questions that you need answers or evidence that we can provide. Thank you, board and mayor, for the opportunity to be heard. Storage family is excited to be in Zebulon. We look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
There's just one quick question. I'm looking at the R2 zoning. That 40-foot, will that cover that entire grave site? I know the church is right there to the right of it, if I'm looking at it, but it doesn't go all the way back, that entire R2 zoning. Is that going to plan on running that all the way back to that heavy commercial zoning?
That's right. No, it doesn't cover. I'm going to try to pull up the satellite. I think it's a better image of where the buffer will go. So you can see it's right around where the site bends. The type D buffer will cover from the bottom of the site up to about this midway point where it juts out. And I'm sorry, even resting, it's a little bit wobbly. But about midway up that cemetery lot, that's where it's an area with higher vegetation, but also where the size and shape of the parcel changes. And so the type D buffer terminates around there. We have those existing trees to transition it into the type A buffer.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? All right, thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
All right.
Would you open just one more this while
Yeah.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name and address, please.
Robert High, 813 Inlet View Drive, Wilmington, North Carolina, 28409. Again, I probably will need help from Mr. Clark, but I think we'd like to start with the site plan. So if you pull up our site plan. I don't know that I know how to work the clicker, but
There you go.
here is the parking. Mr. Clark talked about primary, secondary, and territory meetings. Okay.
Could you help me understand how you're affiliated with the project again, please?
I'm the, will be a part owner.
Okay, thank you.
And two, I've been in the industry probably 30-some years. I've built in 7 states. We are a design, construction, build for others, along with we own 20 sites ourselves and probably have owned 40 in the last 3 or 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There's, not only do we have parking here, and I don't know whether we can zoom in, but there's a misconception I think we need to understand about this. That drive is a private for our customers only. That is not for the public. So how do we get back to the eye doctor parking lot for a minute? If we could get back there. So right here, that's fine, you can go back one. When you go to this area here, I can pull up off any road, I can pull it in this parking lot, and I can look around. I can decide whether I want to go to this place or not. If you go back to my site for a minute. You can do the same, but you pull up and you have to stop here. There'll be a gate there. Our customers, paying customers only, will be able to come around here and come down to there. This, again, that's a paying customer only. I know we talked about primary, secondary, tertiary road or sides. This building, if you go back to the elevations, is a 4-sided building. It has the characters of awning. Fortunately, working with staff, they've impressed with us how much glazing we need, clear glazing. We've got a lot of architectural height adjustments across not only the front, the sides. Excuse me, this is a side of a building. So we have hit primary and secondary sides. Go to the next elevation, please. Building 1. Let's try to be a little more specific. I'd like to remind you there are 2 buildings here.
Building 2?
Building 1, please. So along Building 1, in the rear, where only our customers go, we still have architectural review, changes, storefront, glass storefront. You'll enter our doors as you would enter a Harris Teeter, a Publix. They are sliding glass doors. You have architectural characters that change on the sides, on the rear. So on all 4 sides of this building, you have architectural dimensions, you have character, you have height, you have changing facades and materials. This is Building 1. So let's go, and this is our 98,000 square foot building. Again, you will pull in here, this is the office, and the parking stops right here. Somewhere right here, our gate you will have to enter a code. You will be our customer only that can enter this point forward. If we go back to the site plan one more time, please understand that that gate is right there. The general public will not be able to go past that gate. Okay, so now we have taught, and I hope we have understood what the 4-sided 98,000 square foot building is. It fronts your main road. It has 4 sides, very good architectural components that you like. Now, if we could go to Building 2. Building 2 is a 3-sided building. Architectural components on 3 sides. Also, height, material, bump outs, storefront. Storefront. In fact, let's talk about the storefront here. We have put storefront recommended by staff to put on this building, even so it will not be used. There'll be a false wall just so we can make it look like the intent of your ordinance. Yes, we do have these doors in the back. Let's go to the site plan again. That building is right there. This is a 12,000 square foot building of a total of 110,000 square foot site. This is a very special use building. These are 15 by 50 units. Perfect for neighborhoods that do not allow large things in their yards, in their neighborhood. We have designed this, and it's a small component of this project. It is a needed project. So that building does 1 out of 8 sides of this whole project has doors on it. All 7 out of 8 sides have the special needs that y'all have asked for in your ordinance. Is this private drive up to interpretation to whether the public can get there? No, because you have to pay me. You have to pay me to get in there. You can't pull up here, as we discussed, in front of the eye doctor and say, oh, I changed my mind. I'm going to go to a different eye doctor now. Let's talk about storage a minute. It is decided, we listened to your, I believe, your Parks and Recreation. We listened to the Chamber of Commerce today. We listened to several people talk about COVID. Storage was deemed an essential business to the United States of America to be open during COVID because the need was there to be open. Restaurants closed. We hear the chamber closed. We hear your parks and recreation closed, but not storage. We have worked since July 1, 2, 5, whatever it was, fortunately with staff to help modify. We've added sitting areas here. We've added bike racks. We've added a sitting area here. We've added planters that they recommend here, all on a concept plan just to get to this point. Fortunately, staff has helped us, advised us here, advised us to put more glazing. We have tried to meet everything. If you would like to tell us that our 10% of this building right here is to make it or break it because of those doors, please let us know tonight. This project is much more important than that 10%. We can readjust. However, due to the research and what I build in 7 states, this is a much needed part of a whole big project. Talked to Alan. Alan and I both have been in this industry since, I've been in it since 1989. Alan, approximately the same time. We take great pride in our business. We have been here for 30 years. Very few people can say that. We are not a group that are going to come in here and move out. Alan's from Wake County. I grew up in Nash County. We are locals to your community. We want to build something that y'all are proud of, but we are too. We want something that your community and the area around it will grow to and be a part of. Be glad to answer any questions, but I wanted to make sure we really understood the full layout of our site plan along with each building and how they work. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the applicant to speak? Okay, thank you. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application? Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Laura Gay, 10501 Debenham Road, Zebulon. Good evening. Andy always made this look a lot easier than it appears to be. I'm Andy's wife, Andy's widow, 31 years. I understand this is a fact-based meeting, so I'll try to stick to the facts. Andy and I have owned this 6.5 acres for 6.5 acres for 35 years. We purchased it in part in 1979. Andy did, and then together we purchased the remainder of it in 1989. We've been paying taxes and maintenance on this property for in excess of 35 years, during which time he was the longest-serving town attorney for Zebulon. He proudly served selflessly, donating most of his income from the town year after year after year to local charities in Zebulon. With the backdrop of that knowledge in municipal law and the love for the town, he himself had investigated and decided that he would like to pursue the building of a storage unit on that property. He felt like it was in the best interest of the family, and he thought it was in the best interest of the town because he thought it was a need that had come to be because of the subdivisions with such small lots and no storage facilities in the area. With the fact that he knew the law and he was painfully familiar with the ordinances, he believed, and he would be here tonight to say that what these gentlemen have done and presented would comply with what the town has requested. Before I accepted the offer of the purchase of the property, I met with the gentleman, which he will say that I did, to make sure that it was in compliance with what Zebulon wants to be and what Andy would have wanted on that piece of property. And then I went and visited other properties that these gentlemen who are much like Andy, they're home people. They stick to their communities. They make their communities a better place. They are not fly-by-night. I visited every one of their Wake County properties before accepting the offer. They were lovely. They were very well kept. I think we would be proud to have them in the community. I think they would be an asset to these subdivisions that are being built and have been built to allow them to present Zebulon in the way that we want them to be, that they be neat and orderly. And also, the potential buyers in the area be able to store the things that they would like close to their homes versus having to go to another town, such as Middlesex or Wendell, to pursue that. So I will say that I think it's also a fact that Andy Gay would have completed this project. Had he been here tonight, he would have argued for this, probably on his own behalf. But nevertheless, I request that you consider this when you vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the application? Okay. Anybody present wishing to speak in opposition to the application? All right. Anybody else present wishing to say anything at all at this time? All right. Any further comments from Mr. Clark or Mr. Todd?
No, sir.
Just we ask that the PowerPoint be added to the record, and thank you again for your time.
Okay. Thanks. Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for the planning director, and you may refer me to the applicant.
Yep, please.
Okay, I'll start off with saying I've lived next door to a storage shed for 39 years, so I can tell a lot of stories. And two, I've spent 7 years as a business management consultant working with businesses that use storage sheds. Mm-hmm. So some of my concerns are, is there any way we can inspect a storage shed impromptu if we think there's hazardous material or something illegally stored there? Because it is a private business. And I say that because as a management consultant, I've worked with a lot of skilled tradespeople who we knowingly use these as businesses. And once the access code is shared, they would make deliveries to a storage shed, and then workers throughout the day several times would pick supplies up, specifically tile, people that lay tile, some electrical work, so they can be used as businesses unless it's controlled. That's one of my concerns. And two is getting access if we think there's gas, ammunition, hazardous materials stored there, because it's not really monitored. In the 7 years I spent with businesses working on this, it was pretty much wide open. Mm-hmm. So those are my concerns.
To answer your question, there's really two mechanisms to be able to do that. The first, which is always the preferable mechanism, is if there is a credible concern, somebody comes forth and is clearly indicating that there is, we would contact the management company at that point. Not all management companies work the same. The good ones are willing to investigate it themselves, and then if there is issues, bring the town in or evict the particular occupant. The other part is the ones that are not as cooperative. We would actually have to seek an administrative search warrant from court in order to be able to fully investigate those in the event that the management company is non-cooperative.
In your opinion, could a condition be warranted where we could get access without a warrant?
The condition could be applied. However, once again, it's the follow-through depending upon if the management company is willing to comply with that particular condition.
Wouldn't that be kind of invasion of somebody's rights? Just kind of like their personal property, their property?
And that's what it comes down to. Is it a credible concern? And is there any sort of documentation or evidence that would invoke for us to go to do such an inspection? That's why we always prefer to work with the management company as opposed to being the first point to go to do that inspection. With the contractual agreements with these management companies, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have the authority to enter the sites if there is concern. Yeah, they indicate yes. If those circumstances did occur and the management company went in, then those type of situations would be far more effective than the town having to pursue code enforcement.
First of all, we work with the North Carolina Self-Storage Association lease. The lease in itself addresses these problems. Can we control everything in the world that happens? No. But our lease says you cannot store explosive, flammables, etc. We run our business we're not a 24-hour service business. We are 6 to 10 or something. So we have those guidelines. We have those concerns. We have public safety on your concern. We have a Knox box. We have fire access, fire availability for y'all to enter, if needed, at the appropriate time, the access to get into our gate. So yes, we want to work with law enforcement. Speaking for myself, the way we do, we work very closely with law enforcement. We'll be giving out Thanksgiving turkeys with the Wilmington Police Department, with Southern Pines Police Department for Thanksgiving this year. Our police are our friends and will help us manage our facility better. We actually try to find places, for example, New Hanover County, that sheriff might store with us, store some of their stuff. So, as Mr. Clark says, you don't know the management company. You can't promise anything. I can tell you what the North Carolina lease says. I can tell you how we act as a business. I can't tell you that something doesn't happen, we die, and we sell it, and somebody buys it later and does something. I can't control that. But yes, to your general concerns, there are concerns too.
Do you have 24-hour access, or is
No,
it
sir.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
6 a.m. to 10 p.m. In general is what ours are. Yours similar?
We have 24 hours.
You do have 24 hours, okay. It's a variety of different ways, but you can also have a 24-hour access for certain individuals. So, for example, I could have 6 to 10, but let's say we have a particular person that needs access, a pharmaceutical person, I don't know, anybody that might have to have access at that time and at a specific time. We could give that one code access maybe at 5 a.m. So it is different for every facility. However, the state lease that we work by is there to protect that in our general concern.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from members of the board?
I'd like to understand a little bit what type D buffering is, if you could help me with that.
The type D buffer is the most densely planted buffer that we have. The purpose and intent is to have it so it's fully opaque where you cannot physically see through it.
Okay, so I'm to take it that graveyard won't be visible as they do not drive this one, to understand?
Based on the site plan that was provided, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, will you put it to the slide that has options for the board? Because yeah, so we talked about this earlier, members of the board, and you can look at this, and I'm happy to take any questions, but we give this to you as kind of your options for what to do now. I recognize that in a quasi-judicial setting, you're hearing everything for the first time. as all you can consider is the evidence that was submitted this evening. And so if the board needs time with the evidence, we heard from the applicant, he'd certainly prefer to keep it open if you were to decide that. But these are your options, so I'm happy to answer questions or for you all to have a discussion at this time or a later time.
Am I correct in assuming that the UDO is available to us to reference as evidence?
Yes.
I personally need some time, guys. Thoughts?
Does the board feel like they need to review any of the other evidence that was submitted, the traffic impact study, et cetera?
I feel like I would like to do that. And so I guess my personal opinion is to keep the hearing open and table it to next month. Is that what we would do to the next Board of Commissioners meeting? Okay. Is that the 5th?
Lisa, is there a thought on an appropriate date certain to table it to?
It has to be a date and time
That's right.
specific. Yes,
But
sir.
next month's meeting is okay? I mean, from your
Yes.
perspective? Yeah.
I think it's the 5th, but I'm...
Yes, it is December 5th
It's
is the
5th,
next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
We would need that in the form of a motion.
I move to keep the hearing open and table to December 5th at 7 p.m. Is that correct?
Yep. Hang on just a second. Let's hear if there's a second and then,
Second.
okay. Yeah. Like your thoughts, if you want to say something, that's fine.
I need you to go to the microphone, please.
Certainly understand if the board needs more time and we need to table it. We just ask that if you do vote to do that, if there are specific concerns or items that you'd like more evidence on, give us a heads up while the public hearing is still open. Understand too if it's just time to digest what was brought forward tonight, but if there are items that you'd like us to follow up on or introduce something new, please tell us before we leave. Thank you.
Okay. I'll let you take this part with the motion in a second.
We have motion, second, and discussion. So we're voting to continue this, leave the open, leave it open, just to digest what we've went through. No, not asking for anything extra from the applicants.
Right, not at this time.
Point of order or question is if we have specific questions for the applicant, how should we route those to the applicant? Through the mayor,
Like right
through
now,
Michael?
I assume, right?
Yes. If you have any questions right now, I would do that. If you have additional questions, you'll have to bring them to the next hearing, in the open hearing. If you develop questions in your review of the evidence, then you'll have to raise them in the hearing, as we can't talk about it outside the hearing.
Is there any way we can give them a heads up if we have a specific question, or just wait until December 5th?
Unfortunately, you just got to do it on December 5th.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to be clear, that information is not discussed. If he's got a question or whatever, it's not discussed, it's not brought to me or whatever, you bring it to the next hearing.
Correct, yeah, I was going to mention this after the vote, but,
Okay.
but now's a good time to do it, that it is a quasi-judicial hearing. The public hearing remains open, so just like before, no ex parte communications, no discussing between or among each other or members of the community, and we'll just put a wall on it now, and you all consider the evidence that you heard tonight over the next weeks, and come back with questions and the opportunity to make a decision on December 5th.
Any further?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Comments? So we have the motion and a second. Roll vote. Commissioner Laux?
In favor?
Commissioner Harrison?
In favor.
Commissioner Clark?
Favor.
Commissioner Miles? Favor. Commissioner Baxter?
In favor.
Motion passes. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Board comments? Commissioner Laux?
I have 7 quick things. Number 1, please remember to vote tomorrow. Some of you may have already voted, but the polls will be open at 6:30. Number 2, reminder there's a veterans celebration here at the Town Hall at 11 o'clock on Wednesday. Is that correct? Wednesday.
It's 10 o'clock, I think.
Is it 10?
10 o'clock.
I stand corrected, 10 o'clock. Also a reminder, on Thursday, there's have a cup of coffee with the police at between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m. at Creative Cup. Reminder, it was mentioned tonight, Candy Lane is November 19th, Saturday, which is also the tree lighting 4 to 9. Number 5, Christmas parade, Saturday, December the 3rd. That'll happen before we get back for our next meeting. Put that on your social calendar. And the last item, really want to get this across to everybody in town. We're trying to keep kids out of trouble. So the more we can help raise, as they say, it takes a village. So if you see youth out running around at night, please, a heads up, let's try to keep kids out of trouble. I don't want to see kids get in trouble. It can be a life-changing event. And hopefully, even if one of us can keep one kid out of trouble, we did our job. So just a heads up on that, and thanks.
Thank you. Everything that Commissioner Laux said, I concur and I agree. And I also wanted to say, please go out and vote tomorrow. That is it.
And Beverly will just say vote. See, it's not working.
Commissioner Miles?
Just want to give a huge shout out to our entire town staff. These last few months, weeks and months, it seems we have meetings after meetings and event after event, and our team never ceases to amaze me. Thank you all. Also want to take time to encourage everyone to exercise their right to vote tomorrow if you haven't already. And I want to invite everyone to the town's Veteran Day celebration on Wednesday, November 9th at 10 a.m. at the Town Hall. And lastly, as a Marine Corps combat vet, I personally want to wish every devil dog out there a happy birthday on November 10th. And I also want to thank each and every Zebulonian who has served in any branch of the military. You have my utmost respect and gratitude, and I tip my hat to you on Veterans Day. Thank you. Semper Fi, unity through community.
Commissioner Baxter?
So just through early voting, there's been a 35% voter turnout of registered voters in Wake County. I think that's stinking awesome. And I'm kind of excited to see what the voter turnout is going to be once tomorrow is said and done. Hopefully it's going to be record-breaking. It's wonderful to see everyone participating in their civic duty. I'd love to thank the police and fire departments for being so awesome on Halloween. From someone that put every single one of my steps in, plus about 5,000 additional steps on Halloween. I'm so appreciative to the hard work that our safety contingent does to make sure that everybody has a fantastic holiday. Thanks for everyone that, despite my kids being 13 and 14, thank you for giving them candy, because this has become just it's a wonderful tradition, and we love it. And I'm going to take my kids out trick-or-treating until they go off to college. So just be prepared, Zebulon. We got bird watching tomorrow after you're done voting. Head out and do some bird watching through the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences and the Parks and Rec Department. We've also got right now going on Operation Greenlight. That is to support our veterans and to show them that we are keeping them in our hearts and continue to appreciate their efforts and their service. So if anyone has yet to replace one of their outdoor bulbs with a green light, please go ahead and do that through, I can't remember what the end date is, but I know it's the 13th.
Starts today.
Yeah. So do that and show our vets some love. And thanks for anyone that is still out there online in internet land who hung till the very end.
Just kind of piggybacking off some of the comments has already been made. The Operation Greenlight, I did do a mayoral proclamation, and I will be also reading that at our Veterans Day event. Also, Representative Ross is supposed to be one of our speakers also. And our long veteran, Commissioner Miles, thank you for your sacrifice and your service. Also, there was an event, Zebulation. Commissioner Lux and I were there for the Zebulon Historic Preservation, and it was a great turnout, good success, and hopefully we can move forward. The town can move forward as far as historic preservation is concerned. And with that said, next, manager's report.
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the board. You've had a very long evening, and far be it from me to stand in your way, but I wanted to give you a few updates, and then I'm going to recognize Michael Clark to close out the manager's report. You do have a work session on the 17th in addition to the special event standards that you added. We will circle back with you and discuss the Main Street program, particularly the organizational model. We're also doing the quarterly reports a little bit differently, so rather than adding those to the agenda packets to your regular meetings, we're going to have the department directors sit down with you, give you a little bit more detail about the workload, about the performance, and about trend projections, most specifically what it could mean to you in an upcoming budget. And if they have significant programs or projects, they'll give you updates on those. We'll also continue to follow up with you on your standard procedures. We'll have more specific information on the agenda setting. We've had a chance to really dive in deep. There's on Wake County's models. There is a couple of things that we just need to get in front of you, some options you may want to consider that may or may not work with the way you currently do things, but we'll have more information for you at the work session. And with that, because we know you get a lot of questions, and you've told us you get a lot of questions about development, just wanted to recognize Michael Clark just to answer any burning questions that you get about development, as well as to give or to highlight the tool that we have, and to also give just a quick preamble about a lot of development interest that he receives in his department that maybe spur a lot of rumors but actually don't materialize. So wanted to give you a little bit of flavor for that. So when he concludes his report, that will conclude the manager's report. And with that, I'll recognize Michael Clark.
All right, thank you, Joe. One of the questions that came up last time at one of the last meetings from Commissioner Laux was we provide a development update at all of our planning board meetings. So I'll try to keep this brief, only maybe 4 hours, but the easiest way to determine development is our interactive development map. On your computer, if you go to your web browser and you go to Town of Zebulon, right from the homepage is probably the easiest way to get to it. Under departments, it'll create this drop-down menu, and you can go to planning. And then, much like Joe said, the most common question we get in our office is what's coming to Zebulon? So that's creatively titled, What's Coming to Zebulon? It brings up our central page for our interactive development map. There's 3 mechanisms here to really be able to dig in. While we do have this map here, there's an opportunity to click on a full screen, which I'll do in a moment. Additionally, we do list all of the projects based on different category down below. Some folks are not as comfortable navigating through the map, so this really creates an option to go in to review whether it's a residential, non-residential, it's approved. We're also starting to put in street improvements as well as things that would have pending board action. These would be things that would have either joint public hearing or just giving folks a heads up about future special use permits. I ask that you not navigate into those too far to not violate quasi-judicial. The beginning of the month, we do have new submittals due, and recently we did have 2 new plan developments that were submitted. There was a resident that came in recently speaking concerns about an adjacent development. This particular development is called Dory Meadows. It's coming in as a planned development, and you'll see this come before you as a joint public hearing item and then a possible decision sometime after the first of the year. We do work with the development community very intently to make sure that it is in keeping with the Unified Development Ordinance, that they're addressing all of the different concerns. Once you click on this, this pop-up menu comes in. Notes is typically the application, but everybody's curious about what the plans look like. So this will break it out of what the existing conditions are, and these are the actual plans that we will be reviewing. In this context, the request is a combination of single-family residential detached homes as well as townhomes, and it would connect into Sydney Creek. This is Chambly Road, and then this is Perry Curtis right here. We haven't gone into full detail of the review yet, but that is one of the new developments that were submitted. The other new development that was submitted is called Zebulon South. It is, once again, a planned development. They have not submitted their narrative as of yet, but this will show kind of what their purpose and intent for this application moving forward. Once again, you'll probably see this sometime after the first of the year as part of a joint public hearing, and then ultimately going before you for a decision. In addition to those, the Wakelawn Mills subdivision recently resubmitted, and let me see, I know that they were going to try to get the new plans up. I think these are the new plans. They're anticipating coming before you in December for a joint public hearing. Staff does need to finish the review, and we'll know within the next couple of weeks if they're ready to come before you. Ultimately, we're not going to deny them due process. That threshold is whether or not staff is going to recommend approval or not recommend approval based on the specific details of our Unified Development Ordinance. Another is the Walpurdy tract, which is adjacent to Weaver's Pond. It's called Weaver's Point. Once again, all of the development proposals are available. The plans that we review are available here. to create as much of a transparent process as possible. We do remove projects when they do not move forward. Additionally, when projects are moving forward, such as the GNIC complex, there's been a lot of discussion about what's going on there. And you can see in this context, there's a new building being constructed behind the old building. One of the questions we had a lot is what's happening to the pond? They're going to reestablish the pond. They're just currently using it as a sedimentation control basin. This also shows where this is going to be phase 2 of the project. Once they find a potential tenant, they anticipate the construction of another very large building adjacent to this. It'd be a similar use, such as comparable to Nameko or one of those type of activities. And of course, to close out kind of this update, everybody's favorite project, the Popeyes, is still moving forward. We're working with the developer. Hopefully, the pipe should be delivered. I know unless Chris is hiding the pipe someplace. He says no. This is still on the plan. This is still moving forward. They've been trying to figure out some utility relocation, but as soon as that storm drain pipe is provided, you're going to see construction crews back out there. They still do have some work to do in terms of their road frontage improvements, but that is moving forward. Additionally, next door to that is Highway 55 Bar and Grill. This is going to be a compatible project, and let's see if this one includes the elevations. I believe it does.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting
Sorry.
motion sick.
But yeah, it shows the elevations. One of the UDO modifications that you put forward is requiring a 2-story or mixed-use appearance for drive-through restaurants. We were able to effectively work with this particular applicant, and you can see they're able to meet that 2-story appearance to construct something that would be in full compliance with our unified development ordinance. That concludes my portion of the presentation, but if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to let me know. Oh, the one other thing that I almost forgot to mention. You see a lot, I'll move a little slower so nobody gets motion sick here. You see a lot of different colors and a lot of different projects on this map. Our staff and